Richest Roots drink works for menstrual cramps and pain, migraines, fatigue, stress and tiredness, sinusitis, builds immune defense, bloating, enhances male bedroom prowess, and Richest Sorrel Roots drink works against all types of cancers and tumors, memory loss, high cholesterol, insomnia, nervous issues, flu, and many other illnesses. For your Richest Roots drink and Richest Sorrel Roots drink, contact us now via WhatsApp at 876-528-9534. Richest Roots drink and Richest Sorrel Roots drink. Richest, a true Jamaican experience.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.
Well. It's showtime. All right, people. What's up, everyone? Yeah, man. What's up? How is everybody doing? Yeah, man. Respect to the early birds. Big up to the persons on Facebook. Thanks for tuning in. It's another weekend. And of course, once it's a weekend, it's the Weekend TripleTreat. And we appreciate the persons who have been tirelessly supporting the coach's desk in terms of the triple treat. Yeah, really and truly. Sorry. I appreciate the effort that you have been putting into growing this channel and being a loyal supporter of this young channel that has created some sort of impact since we have arrived here on the YouTube space. So thanks very much. Couldn't have done it without you. Yeah, man. So remember the golden rule, of course, people. You hit that like button. Once you enter the stream, you hit the like button. That's the golden rule, we call it. That's the golden rule. And if you're new around here, we encourage you to subscribe, hit the notification bell, so when you when we actually drop these videos, you will see the notification, or when we're going live, you will see the notification. All right, and you'll be notified, so nobody would have to tell you or send the link to you. You can also share the live, people. Yes, you can share it to your friends and families. Tell a friend to tell a friend about the coach's desk, and spread the word. You know what I mean? All right. Definitely, we're looking for a great show tonight. We're looking for a decent show tonight, and it should be a very interesting one. Absolutely interesting. I'm looking forward to hear some of the comments or see some of the comments. I'm looking forward to the calls. And of course, again, you can call WhatsApp 1-876-474-3538 and link us up on our other social media space. Coach's Desk. That's our... That is our Instagram. You have Coach Minzy, that's our Twitter, and Coach's Desk, again, that's our Facebook. Yeah, so the persons over there already on Facebook, big up on yourself. Please remember to like the stream, people. That's the golden rule. Like the stream. So the topic for tonight, Leon Bailey slums the hotheads. Yes, you have some hotheads. I bet you never know about the hotheads them. Leon Bailey come reveal that there are some hotheads and egoistic individuals. Matter of fact, some big egos. Leon Bailey come talk the things, and it have the whole football space in a buzz right now. Yeah, man, the whole football space is in a buzz right now because of what Leon Bailey said. Yeah? Yeah, man. Yes. Yeah, man. So, we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about his performance. To me, man of the match performance. Man of the match performance from Bailey. It should have brought us over the line. He should have scored the opening goal. But trust me, it just never happened. And that performance from Leon Bailey is sending Steven Gerrard a message. Yeah? Stevie G, Leon Bailey show you what's happening, you know. Leon Bailey show you what he's made of. So Stephen G, yes, man. Baller, show up. Why did the baller show up? Why did the baller show up? Why did the baller make that sort of people? I'm drinking some water this evening, but you know that this video is brought to you by Richos Roots Drink. Yeah, man, Richos. Sorry, Roots Drink. Richos. A true Jamaican experience. Let me see if I can find the Richos. The Richos bottle them to put up. Where is that Richos bottle? All right, there it is right there. So you have the sorrel and you have the regular. All right, so of course, people, you know, we're giving Percy some time to come on. So we're going to be going through the comment section. And definitely we will hear what you have to say. So again, I'll give Leon Bailey the man of the match performance. It should have, like I said, brought us across the line with that 3 points. But it didn't. Jamaica have a matter of fact, Reggae Boyz is a crosses team. And I don't want you to take me wrong, people. Listen and listen carefully. The Reggae Boyz is a crosses team because we don't do so well with crosses and we don't put in decent crosses. Probably have 1 and 2 players might you know, put in some decent crosses. But we are the crosses team. Or should I say crosses team, so that people don't misinterpret. All right. So, DS Electronics, big up yourself. Welcome to the show. We have Jason Ferran checking in. Big up yourself, Jason. We have Wayne Evans, and matter of fact, Jason Ferran is an erudite, people. Yeah. Wayne Evans is also an erudite. Big up to the erudites, them. Up coach, Ravel in Canada. You know, we're not sure. Ravel was asked a question about Canada and he did not give an answer as if he's not going to be going. Let us see. Let us see. Or I can try and find out. All right. Calvin X, big up yourself. SO coach is this. Big up yourself. Richard Samuels. Hey, Richard, a long time we don't see you know. Everything good? Bless up yourself, man. Thanks for tuning in. Brain Drain in the building. Another erudite. The man that speaks highly of himself. Yes. You need to just put some man name in your title, even if they are not scheduled to come on. Come on, Brain Jane. You know me now do them something there now. And I don't know what you're talking about. So let me not get into a conversation with you. So you come with your little argument. I don't know what you're talking about. Fresh God, big up yourself. Fresh God is a comment moderator. He's a cap of people. Big up to Fresh God. Big up yourself, Fresh. Yeah, Fresh is saying rapid growth, people. 14.5 people. Run up the thing to 20,000, man. 20,000. What is it? 20,000 before June. Which month we in now? March. So we have April, May. So we can get 20,000 at the end of May, people. What is it? Yeah, man, like up the thing. Those who are watching and have not subscribed as yet, please do so. Hit that subscribe button. There's something on this channel that you might see that you like again. A matter of fact, you will like what you see on this channel. Yeah? So, if you're watching and you have not hit that subscribe button, and people, if you're saying that you're trying to hit the subscribe button and it's not happening, what you need is a Gmail account. You need a Gmail account in order for you to subscribe to anything on YouTube. You have to have a Gmail account. So I'm encouraging the persons to get their Gmail account so we can get to the 20,000 before June. Yeah. And if you can't make a Gmail account, check one of your youngsters them. Yeah. Just create a Gmail account. Everybody have Google account right now. So they will help you. Just go on Gmail and sign in, and you just go through a little signing up process and you get an email. Remember the password though. All right. So Fresh is telling to like up the live, people. It's a golden rule to like the stream. Big up to Eagle Republic, another erudite in the building. The Jamaica shop window squad will be on full display in Toronto. I hope that the scouts from La Liga and the Bundesliga remember to show up. Hey, Eagle Republic. Big up yourself. God bless you. Big up yourself. The phone line is open. The phone line is open. The phone line is open. Why you say slam? He barely said anything. LOL. Although we know they need all this slamming there is. Big up yourself, General. Love the program. All right, Travis. Big up yourself. Big up yourself. Great 7710. Great performance from the Reggae Boyz last night. King in particular looks the part. This young man have a bright future. Ravel was magical and Speedy was class. Chippy is showing his class. All right, Joan Clark, big up yourself. Brr, brr. Welcome, bro. I don't know where you get yourself that name then. With lightning and fire. Jobless. What is happening in Toronto right now, Jobless? On almost the eve of the match. Yeah, man, reggae to the world. Coach, we just leave. What that? Twitter. Just a military tweet. Paul Hall get the work. Fultons. And it's a 4-year contract, Paul get. Okay. We don't know. Could be right. All right, so from what I've understand and learned, people, yeah, man, Ravel is going to Canada. According to Manningsman and his birds are reporting that Damian Lowe and Topi will arrive in Canada tomorrow. Okay. Yes, Leon Bailey played well last night. Yeah, man. People, remember you can call into the show, you know. Call into the show. WhatsApp 1876 474 3538. That's the number to call. And let your voice be heard. Jairus, big up yourself. Welcome, Jairus. Rob Smith, coach, you have sponsors. You have to tear off the label. Professional thing. Which label? You see the label on the white bottle I use and drink? Boy, I mean, I hide it. Me never. It's a water bottle. Rob Smith, oh, your eye good, someone. Cover it, you know, and you still see it. No. I forget something and wrap it up, you know. Coach, bless up. You saw the cameraman. What did you do the camera, Stefan? No, never did the camera. What did you do the camera? Remind me. Mikey Ballin. Big up yourself, Mikey Ballin. Yes, coach. We need to find out who were the hothead. People, may I hear some names, you know. But it's because we can't. Anyways, let me move on. Leon Price, big up yourself. You 11 likes to 100. That sound good, man. People, like the stream. 11 likes to 50, 11 likes to 100. Our Jairus are going. Owen, big up yourself. Water today. You're going to need some. We are flush the system with some water, Eagle Republic. I don't do rum. Gentlemen, when you don't drink the rum, I truly can't say this my ear, but the rum do something to a particular root. So I'm going to leave the rum alone. Leave the rum alone. Leave the rum and take up your blender and your fruits. Yeah, me I telling you, Eagle Republic. Leave the rum alone and take up your blender with some fruits. Alright? Fresh God said the diaspora, the international show, coaches best round here. Welcome to the new and old Dexkers. My respect to all. Enough love. Alright, that I forgot on the screen fresh. Big up for that, man. Big up to the silent Dexkers and the ladies watching tonight. Noisy Dexkers and Buckle Gang. Big up. Come on, people. Support the channel by subscribing and smashing the like button. And also share up the live, people. Get more people involved in the coach's desk sporting experience. You know what I mean? Big up to that again. That needs to go up on the screen. And we have Cross is a following. And that alone, you see, we're per year, Mr. The national team. Triple E, bless up yourself. Richard Smile, yeah, man, me good. All right, that sound good. Single motion, check. Welcome. Things good, you know, man. You know, Dre, anyway, that check. Leon, me just see it, man. Get the work full time, so. 25.5K by me, coaches. This. Yeah, man, would I love to have that, man. People want to say 25.5K by me. According to CC. How me look? Let's follow CC. How me look? 51 likes to 100. Smash up the like button. Brown Man Security, what's up? Bless up yourself to Brown Man Security. Laurel Clark, big up yourself. We're just wasteful in front. Yeah, man, wasteful in front of goal, Laurel. Bless up. We have J Ross. He can show you. J Ross can show you what? I don't understand that. Fresh, one and only like, but ever present. Big up. Yeah, me not understand when I say J Ross. Code say it doesn't. Code say it don't spray it. That's a wrench god. Oh yeah, Mr. Road. Wrench god. Why man them a give French whole heap a name? It's a fantastic news. So if Ravel in a Canada, them need to work on him to go Mexico. And America now full time. The baller can go America, man. Yeah, man. Heard that he's going, you know. Good news, he can get time with all the players to get his philosophy across right and proper way. Yeah, man. While we have 62 likes and 74 people. Buenos noches, Senor Dex. Buenos noches, Brain Cell. Pick up yourself. Welcome. Brain Cell is the inferior brain drain. Chalo. Jairus, big up. Crystal Punch Coach. Yeah, man. Likes a move fast. Yeah. People as they enter, hit the like button. Hey, remember that's the golden rule, you know. That's your hey, we still are sanitizing, you know. Not because things free up a little bit, you know. We're still sanitizing. And if anybody don't sanitize, listen to me. I have yellow card and I have red card for you. You see me? So, on the need to do the right thing. So, argument done. All right? Shadow, I get some toys, people. I play with them. All right. Black Prince, big up yourself. I am so proud of you and your content. Keep it up, brother. And stay focused while the adversities visit. Yeah, man. Big up. Respect for that in a Black Prince. Manners and respect. Riches and Royalty Sports. Checking in. Yeah, man. Hey, Riches and Royalty. Big up yourself, you know. You know, so when you end the call the other day, I learned that you are the whisperer. No, you are the shout. You are the shout. The father of the whisperer. Big up yourself, Riches and Royalty. We never know. So you know, say respect gone up, you know. People on the support real Riches and Royalty YouTube channel, you know. And just gonna show some whole heap of likes and subscribers over there. Just subscribe to the channel. Panama in the building. What go on, Panama? Big up yourself. Paul is playing possum because he in the probationary period, he gradually purging the toxicity out of the national team. If he gets the job, it is a wrap. Him clean house. Eagle Republic. That sounds like a breaking news. Here's to the man them give Cataracta L.A. Lewis escort out of the stadium when him did I try get interviews. When that? Cataract. What go on? Cataract? What kind of LA Lewis for what interview? What go on for cataract? What go on for cataract, people? I know a group full of gimmicks still, you know. The Eagles, they are with more pitney them. Some live in France and the USA. Real baller, big up yourself. You know, easy, you know. Hey, remember Mikey Ballin saying, no, we have the parish of England, the parish of Canada, and the parish of United States. And there are some more parishes. So, yeah, we're not going to say the overseas ballers. Them. We're going to say the ballers them are living at the parish of England. So, remember that, people. Yeah, we start that. The parish. 100 people watching, 78 likes. Come on, people. Hit the like button. People, thanks in advance. How really are going fresh? People, want to behave on yourself, man. I don't know the right thing. Big up yourself, DS Electronics. Reno FC, big up. Kevin Reed, big up yourself, welcome. Panama, help please. My God, Panama in eliminator in Qatar. Hey, Costa Rica. Hey, US not so safe either, people. US is not so safe. They play Panama next, but if they beat Panama and Costa Rica win, Panama in trouble. You're right, Panama. Let us see. It's gonna be a tight one. Just left Marlins yard coach. Okay. Big up the Marlins same way, you know. Amari Campbell. Who escort Qatar? Yeah, on the talk up the man who escort Qatar. Because we don't think nothing goes so. If Qatar at that match, all them for escort him. Ravel Morrison jumped the fence. Well, according to reliable source, he will be making the trip. According to reliable sources. Paul Hall is doing an Arteta, getting rid of the mole in the dressing room. Yeah. El Padrino, big up yourself. Police Omari, apparently somebody from the JFF singled him out and him have impress accreditations, and the person made them get him out the stadium and prevent him from doing post-game interviews. Or seeing, identify him as what? Or single him out for what? Me not understand that. Qatar have to come clear that up. How sad my country, Panama, eliminated from the World Cup in Qatar 2022. My God have mercy. We need a miracle. I am devastated. Panama, no worry, man. You still have 2 more games. Big up yourself, one done. Say, me not get no response from Bailey. But the response I got is that Ravel. Panama, 2 games to go. There's still hope. Panama ball. Toki, big up yourself. Yeah, man, coach. Me watch him video this afternoon. The man upset at some joke thing that man. Really? I never know that. I have to watch the video there. Coach, don't step at toes or Andrew. Sons will throw you out a stadium like the Virgin, the selector. That one, so a true thing. So much people can't say it. Cataract said he was escorted out the interview area by police. Interview area? There is no designated interview area. You have a press area where them a walk and anybody can go there. So I don't understand. I have to take a sip for that. I don't understand at all. I hide the label according to. Yeah, Mikey ball in a boss. Love the parish of England thing. Yeah, man. I real thought Mikey come in with, man. So we are run with that, and we start this over coaches this. I am in depression. I have not stopped crying. My country, Panama, eliminated from Qatar. I feel devastated. How sad I feel. Panama, 2 games to go, man. We're still 4th place, you know. We're not worried about it. Because Costa Rica hot on your heels after surprising Canada 1-0. Flavor D son, big up. Coach, it's a sold out game Sunday in Toronto. Yeah, man, that we hear. And what we hear is that people, me, I tell you a long time, so the tickets them sold out now, but you never believe me. Seeing? And what's his name again? Jobless came on and tell you what go on. When coaches just bringing news, you know, believe me, you know. But I told you, hey, people, with sources that everywhere in our world, you know, right now, you know. I tell you the truth. Yeah, man. What is your opinion about the team last night and how Paul Hall set up the team as well? Island card. I think Paul Hall is what sort of leader? Transformational leader. So what he does, he brings a level of openness. He wants the player to be able to trust him, and he also wants to trust the players. So the situation is that he tells them just to enjoy themselves, play the football, be flary, yeah, and have a buzz about the game. Just enjoy your football, and that's what the players really went out there and expressed themselves. You remember when he just came on, some people pressure when Paul Hall said, and he didn't even say that. He was just only asked the question, how would he get a Leon Bailey to play the best football? Because he seemed to be out of sorts. Paul Hall ensured that he gave Leon Bailey a free roll. Free roll. Leon Bailey go anywhere on the field he want. The man switched to the left, him switched to the right, him coming at the middle. Bailey was just enjoying his game. So apparently, the leash that was on Bailey, it came off. The harness that was on him, it came off. The bird get free. But them say Lego the bird. The Phoenix get Lego. Lego the bird. Brain drain, are you there? So that in itself would have allowed Leon Bailey to express himself, to play freely, and just enjoy the thing. And that's what happened. Bailey was able to play a free role. Paul Hall has a system, and we see where the team was trying to play. So even Leon Bailey mentioned it. No more long ball, this long kick ball downfield, and giving the players pressure. Sometimes some man not to. Wonder if that's the reason why some players not touch the ball so many times. How many times Leon Bailey touched the ball? 60. Leon Bailey had 60 touches in the game. On a regular circumstances, probably have some 30. Most of the players normally used to have 30 touches. So the ball now bypass them. You understand? So that was a key factor. They played the ball on the surface. Even though Ravel said that the surface was awful, it was heavy. He said the lads were able to, keep the ball, play the ball on the ground and all of that. So Island Card, I think those are some of the things that Paul Hall would have implemented. He also implemented a faster style of play. The ball game wasn't playing that slow. You could see the urgency from the players. They were urgent. They wanted to move the ball or transition the ball from the defensive third right through the other thirds in a faster manner. So you see some of these things that Paul Hall wanted to happen, they came to fruition because Leon Bailey got free roll. And I mean, there wasn't any out and out CDM. I mean, Ravel lauded Devon Speedy Williams so much because of how he played. And you have to give credit. Yeah. Big up to Paul Hall and the Choops. A lot of work to be done. Don't get it twisted. A lot of work to be done. We can't have it in one game. But incrementally, you're going to be seeing the improvements over time. Persons are saying the true litmus test will be the Canada game. I mean, Canada is a better team in terms of how they are playing now. But with this unit, I think that they are able to, get into the fore and put in another good shift against another Canada. The only thing that can cause us not to play well is the temperature. And I'm hearing some frightening numbers where the temperature is concerned. You understand? All right. So Alan Card said, do you think Paul Hall is the coach that can take the team forward? Well, I mean, it is the same way I say a player needs an opportunity. This coach, as long as he's given the time and the opportunity, or let's give him the time and the opportunity and see what will happen. Other coaches have gotten opportunities. Let's see. JFF. Oh. Really? Jeremy and Chambers, big up yourself. Coach Minzy, as per Qatar, he was singled out for hanging in Grand We Trust banner in the stadium. He was then informed that he was not authorized to be in the interview area. Okay. The people realized he wasn't Simon. What? Yeah, to single out a man sound that way. Coach, how the man said, a female representative said, him Qatar now do no interview when him I make him way down to the track. Even the police them even say him have him accreditation. Really? Yo, me no want me look like me hear from Qatar. I get two information there. Coach, if you hide the label, them are gonna say you are drink white rum. I water me a drink, man. Eagle Republic, that a joke thing, cause if the man trust in Grant, who's a Jamaican player, why them do that if so be the case? Yeah, that's why I say it now add up to me. JF definitely read Cataract from a long time. Cataract sing out himself by bringing that grand sign. Actually, big up yourself. It may not be that alone. Make them put him out, bro. A man always gonna make themselves look good. Paul Hall is a real coach. He knows the his stuff, yeah. But Rob, that's still not say that's one's opinion. But me not think nothing wrong with that grant. Enough now play for Jamaica. Big up to the 100 likes, people. Paul Hall have articulated his positions. Hey, man, telling you, Paul Hall still vexed about the man they want to come, Trust me, Man, say, see you, them away opportunity. They get the opportunity, and why change them now? If them are do well, that Paul Hall say, So, people, some man might put themselves out on a limb. Listen keenly, Listen keenly. Exactly, Rob Smith. That is it. For sure that, but either way, well, Paul Hall got that right, and Leon Bailey played his best football for Jamaica. Yep. Ravel know about touch and possession. Yeah, man. Ravel love the football, See, Ravel play for Derby at some 60 odd touches and all of them something. And see, Leon Bailey gets 60 touches. Pelpa, big up yourself. I just need Maggie to find back some consistent form because he's another player that's going to do very well. Yeah, man. Respect. True that still, but regards. Last night, my TV and I had peace. Although we did not win, we played well. We could have won all 6-1 when last. Can I say that about a Jamaica match? Yeah, actually, big up. Grammy in the building, big up. Paul Hall's system is going to be speed and precise. Yeah, that's what I've identified so far. What is your opinion about Bailey interview when Emma bashed out the ego people in the team? Hey, Island Carter, it we are going to discuss tonight, but me just run through some comments. I soon drop the link. Nobody not calling yet, So we just go through the preliminaries right now. And then we delve into that. So stay tuned, Island Card. Yeah, fresh. Yeah, man. So I tell us that them man they love possession of football, man. And if you keep them on the out of the game and give them on 30 touches, that's like a little bit of work for them, man. Them man they want the ball, man. I really hope Paul Hall succeeds at the national level because I think he's more technical than such, man. Rabel shoot, and the bar is still reverberating. Yeah, man, that was a thumping shot. The one time Canada lose, we have them next. What are the odds? Colin Alton, big up yourself. The reason why you get more likes and less comment. People fed up over the same. The reason why you get more likes and less comment. People fed up over the same. What are you talking about, Colin Anson? No man coach, the temperature good over here. Okay, Ricardo Badger, all right. Respect for that, man. I want Panama. Behave yourself, man. Yeah, man. He might behave better after the. Okay. If they wear undershirt, no problem. They won't even need gloves. Okay, Badger. I am still not impressed with Andre Blake's distribution of the ball and his lack of command of his box. When was the last time we saw Blake successfully win or even challenge for a cross? Yeah, that's suspect. But that's why I said earlier, Eagle Republic. I think we have an issue with crosses. Hence, Reggae Boyz, the crosses team. You understand? We have some issues with crosses, and you're right. It could be where what could it be positioning of the players? Because I tell you, if there was another player on the front post, then Costa Rica would not have scored. Andre Blake had to scamper too far, so he was unable to get that one. Coach need to stop give us only Spanish refs. Oh, CONCACAF as the Spanish speaking ref alone, the in the confederation. Probably them are the top refs. Nation Cup we will be on course. Travis, big up yourself. Just checking in. Well, it's a care belly for the man them. But you know, fresh, as he said, you know, if they don't, if these youngsters or this team that he has, they are playing well. The man said, "No, I'm gonna change them." So these players have to still be out there and waiting to get back a call up or a spot. You know? I agree with Paul Ali. The signs are there. We can't reach anywhere with this with some of the Englishmen. There's no Englishman this electronics. They are in the parish of England, so they are Jamaicans. The Jamaicans over there in the parish of England. We and the Spanish have a history, you know, since long before football. So stop nothing like that, them. Cataracts is one of the biggest Reggae Boy fan. The man go more Reggae Boys game than most of them put the money where his mouth is. Cataract Butler 2.0. But coach, it goes to show that we could have been in the mix for fourth spot. You know, if we had won the 3 games or even the home games. Yeah, man. But if that had happened, still we wouldn't have a new coach. Stefan wouldn't be in need of a new coach. So I remember people, Englishmen can't play for Jamaica. Whether they are naturalized, whether they are born on the island or so forth, that's how they became. You understand? I feel really optimistic about the boys' future. All right. Fresh God Paul seem like him carry belly still, but we will see. Tell you know, Rob Smith. Every coach have their favorite player. Only think I joke me I make, watch and see. Because Canada no clinch first place, them will come for mash you up, okay? DS Electronic, that's not the point we're making, you know. We don't want to call them Englishmen because they are Jamaicans. Because Englishmen cannot play for another country. So the point is that we want to stop calling them Englishmen because they are Jamaicans. You understand? So that's the point. Paul also mentioned the Eagle line in his post-match press interview. So something did not go on, it seemed. Remember, Paul Ali did it from Gold Cup, you know, so he knows what is happening. I mean, I tell you, no disrespect to the baller, but I would love to see another GK in action for the next match. We all know that our goalkeeper is getting old. And he's not so hot with his feet, but we have to support him until then. Paul We'll get it right. Pelpa said, ready for Dylan Barnes now. Big and bold decision. Drop Blake. Coach, is it true that Bailey was leading the team like a captain? That's what he said. He was out there leading the team. Everything went through Bailey, and Ravel, So obviously, campus baller. We always have taller defender than most teams in Concord, but concede too many goals from crosses in the box. Because positionally, we are not at the right place. I don't think we jump well and all those things. I have gone up to the Buffalo to play in cold weather. Once you're moving, your body adjusts. Okay. Coach, all along it was Englishmen. Even the administrators call them Englishmen. But I understand what is happening, and I will say the same. They are Jamaican. Yeah, man. You see, because we want to get rid of that Englishmen, because Englishmen don't really play for Jamaica. So it is a flaw that we want to correct. Hence the reason why we're and Mikey Ballin came up with a brilliant idea of calling them parishes. So the parish of England, which is an extension of Jamaica, the parish of US, Canada, all the other countries that are parishes. And those countries would have had Jamaicans who probably wants to play for the country and so forth. All right. Dr. Hera, bless up yourself. Coach is that Leon Bailey should be the captain for the future. You probably need that. He'll probably soon get it, yes. Richard, big up yourself. To what extent is Jamaica overrated by the fans? To what extent Jamaica is overrated by the fans? Discuss. See the table. See the existing plan. Seems to be seismic change in the wind. Richard, I think that... Whoa. Richard, I don't know if it is overrated enough. I mean, the fans wanted to see... Remember, say most Jamaicans watch EPL and Bundesliga and La Liga, So they are used to teams playing well, even if they're lose. So I think that was one of the reasons even Paul Hall was stressing performance. Whichever, it doesn't matter the result tonight. He said he didn't ask them to win. He didn't ask them to draw. He was just saying to them, play, enjoy, have a little flair, have a little fun. Performance. So it's not about overrating Richard. It's a matter of the fans being excited to see the team, the beloved team, playing a brand of football that they can identify. And I think that is what goes well with the fans. How the team performed. Yeah? Some persons are saying it is a weak team, of course. So if you play a weak team, then you should do all the great things. When Manchester City plays a weak team, Manchester City outpossess, Manchester City do this, Manchester City do that. And when they go on to play a stronger team, they still do the same thing or more. So I don't like this idea of you're playing a weak team when you play a stronger team, whatever. It's a work in progress for the team. Now, the Canada game, most persons are saying that will be the real litmus test for them. And I would suspect that because will they be able to play the same brand of football? But the problem is, will Paul Hall revert to a different tactics? We have to look into that as well. Or will he be rigid in his way going forward that this is how we're going to play and this is what we're going to be doing? I don't know if I've answered your point there, Richard. Big up Mikey Ballin, Sean Paul, Uncle. Englishmen are playing for Jamaica. No, Englishmen play for England. I didn't know Englishmen could play for Jamaica. They are based in England. They are Jamaicans. Fresh God, you have them. Erudite, behave yourself, man. Our defenders are vertically challenged. Them wear iron boots. Jason, make us stop. Eagle Republic, correction. Cement. It's a cement boot. I can't jump. It sounds strange. Yeah, it sounds strange because we probably don't used to it. But I mean, Englishmen. Yeah, man. We even though some of us might be saying that in recent past, but we want to change our language. 9 goals scored on the team, and 6 of them are on the right of the goal. When we see corners, we think we are watching a movie. It's either them just. Leon Bailey should be comfortable in the team and producing man of the match performances every match. Yeah. Hey, them Lego the bird, Jason. Right now, them Lego the bird. Leon Bailey the bird, man. Name of the Phoenix, man. Them Lego the bird. So the bird are fly, the bird are soar. The Hotheads them not dead out. Yeah, fresh. Coach, oh, I get as much characters as Richard. Seem like his questions are longer. even even have space for dots. so Rob Smith, you say you can't type something one time. Says who Liverpool beat any team. Has Paul Hall been alerted of Joey Desert? I'm not sure. He's not disrespecting people in the chat because of their opinion. I respect that. Are you Yeah, man, I'm taking calls. What kind of video call, Richard? If you say video call, still we are gonna drop the link. No. So that would be a video call. So let me drop it now. But not on the phone. What did I do? Oh, I need to pin the link now. Yeah, man, certainly. All right, Richard, see the video call there. Suppose the commentator said the Englishmen with the ball. That would sound awkward, yeah. Ravel Morrissey made some good through passes. Time and patient. I want place nearby me. The name say no. HS Small. Rob, take it easy, no? I remember, people, this video is brought to you by Richos Roots Drink. Richos. Sorry, Roots Drink. Richos. True Jamaican experience. So them leg of the bird. Hey, that statement it does sound bad. The man then leg of the bird. The bird does fly high in the game and does start spill. You understand? The bird does soar high and start spill. Oh my word. Mm-hmm. Hold on, Mikey Ballin. Me just a scroll by my phone, you know, and they have you as Steve Harvey lookalike for one show. Are you did that Steve Harvey show? Mikey Ballin. The link is out there, people. Who are the people Bailey talking about? Coach Menz, is it true that Paul Hall said that he does not know who Kaim Paris is? Yeah, basically him saying no know Paris, but him kind of, I don't know if he retract it in the same sentence by saying, but we have him in our thoughts and so forth. Coach can ask a question when Coach Paul Hall cause someone on the sideline. I did who cause people line. I did who cause people I tell me say Virgin, which one I match them, sir? I don't know. Is it the recent match? Is it the recent match you're talking? I must big up to the local ballers who got their debut. Daniel Green look like Coach Paul Hall rate Daniel Green, you know. Atafaroy, Bygrave, big up yourself. Ramon Howell, big up yourself. Yeah, man, the ball of them come out and them do them thing. You understand? Obita, I don't know. We have to watch the match again for see where that. I have to watch the match again, my friend. I don't know exactly who you're talking or referring to. All right, we're getting a call. Call back the man at one time. The phone ring, you know. Caller, good evening. You're live on the show.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Not too bad, it sound like you're far from the phone, man.
I'm a fan of your show, man.
Yeah, man.
And one question I want to ask. Man, we don't have as much jersey in our side.
If I don't have what?
We realize if we don't have as much jersey in the Jamaica side, we realize one man will get called and next man in jersey. Every other country and every other team have as much jersey with. If you have a player playing a one jersey and you know get called in the next match, you have as a man that get called, a man just fling a jersey for a man to.
You mean the number, right?
Yeah, the number. Robert Morris, where am I doing a number 10?
What you say, man?
No.
What you say, man?
No, man.
Say nothing Ravel word if you wear 10.
No.
Huh?
No, sir, I'm not think Robert word if you wear 10.
Who you think forget the 10?
Right now, I'm not see nobody in a Reggae Boyz like to wear 10 right now.
You not see no 10 in a Reggae Boyz?
No, the number 18 will come on. I don't know what you there. Which team in play for?
Which team in play for Dumby Holden?
Dumby Holden?
Yeah, you know what the local league.
No, me not log on for the local league, you know.
But me I encourage you to start watch it, the local league now, so you can know a ball of them. You understand?
Okay.
So
All right.
the 18 is a local baller. The 16 is a local baller play for Mount Pleasant, and the other one that came on.
All right. One question.
Go ahead.
Paula say, "Ima deal with you." We get knocked out of the competition already. In start aside, why? No what Brazil match last night. No what a whole match they come yesterday. Every coach use up them reserves. 5 change. Come on, wait till 70 minutes to make a change in the match. We done the court. Why not explode if we use them?
So you say, should I make some more changes?
Of course. The 16 to come off. The number 2. The man has not changed it over the man and then I go on the court.
So the 16 come off, man. He come off, you know.
Yes, but if you come over the long time for first half,
no, man. Mine one brother listening program named Balakar. No, man, he come for you know. You know.
No, man, but if Balakar when I watch him, yo, this is the problem, you know. We say we love the game, but we only love specific players in the game court. If them not, they're not restrict each other to get on the field. This is a baller. You understand?
Yeah.
And always me love my ballers. My baller now go with that man to come out. You can't have so many mistakes. Goal score coach. Never got the goal. It's clear headed this up.
I don't forget this, man. But remember, so we not do so well on crosses, you know. Remember, so the team not doing so well with crosses for this longest while, you know. So that is something that the coach has to work on.
Yeah. Well, hey, trust me. Paul, he take up a week more for them. He take up 3 more week more. And the same thing Paul take up. You need to use the same vision. You have kids on the side. And you say you build the team for youth. Well, we get knocked out of the competition already. Yeah, make some changes. Make it to the youth, young youth, them we call in the for the bench them because you know calling some man and then calling some youth. Make it to the youth them. Explore the youth them coach. Trust me. Make it to them. Every team, every match we watch yesterday, every coach make them 5 changes that they have. How much change Paula make last night? 3. We don't like 20 minutes and the 80 minutes. We make 2 changes. Number 1 coach. We not have no nigga.
No nigga we not have.
Bailey no nigga we not have. Bailey play 2 positions for the field yesterday because he must be a drop back to pick up ball. And if you watch, you know if you watch the match yesterday. When the man reached the 3rd quarter, the only somebody will make a good pass is if Bailey don't make a good pass, no passes now making a get it.
Because
number 18, number 18, when the man come make a massive change better in the latter part of the game. Because that's where the goal come from with the man Bailey. As the man touch the ball, the first touch the man make. Coach, yo, no one see where them all go on tomorrow.
I know tomorrow, Sunday.
So the coach may ask full because you see right now, you see Canada lose yesterday. America draw last night.
Them all come on
so you see, if we win the match and win, you have to say we're in a good position with the game the withdrawal last night because the first 3 matches before this, if we win just win 1 and draw 1, we're in a good position with the coach back now.
No, seeing.
But the man, it's not of course, we should never get that out. Trust me. May I tell someone for we have a mentality again we are talking about English-based player, English-based player. When Jamaicans realize the whole of them country in the world 95% of them baller is overseas based players.
Mm-hmm. But look on England. Look how much overseas players that are linked to different nationality play for England.
Yes, coach, but if you know, you follow Jamaica side, way back from 98, way back way, right? I see when Paula and then come here, people who are England man, them and England man. Look here, coach, how many times we take up? I'm not saying local based player, in the side here, but you have to mix. How much time we take up local based player, we don't reach now with you. How much time the national squad do that, coach? How much time we do that? And what is for time?
Mm-hmm.
So when we have a mentality acquired about England-based players, they're based in England, they may be born in England, but they are Jamaican nationality. They are Jamaican parents. And every man, them decide the boy they want to represent Jamaica, to say I make a rise above. People shouldn't have a problem with that. Because if they spend the man never come to spend money in Jamaica, I work my business back here. Every man that want to say, they provide job because although they don't born here, they have parents in Jamaica. Am I talking the truth here?
Mm-hmm.
So why is the problem? Because the man they are England, not born here, but they have Jamaican parents. 95% of the man them were coming from the thing that talk about England-based players or England. Come on, man. A full time we cut out this foolishness for 98 is still as the same attitude.
Yeah,
You
man.
know, go yet?
I know,
The man them now.
I know 98 start, man, a long time before that.
Yeah.
But the fact is that we find a new way to talk it. Big up to Mikey Ballin. We're gonna say the players from the parish of England.
Okay, the part of it.
Yeah, man, the parish because it's an extension of Jamaica, you know.
Of course it is. And it's a common like the youth, them are the come along or them come subscribe. You know, them are subscribing. You know, at the same thing. Well, coach, I like a program and we just decide to dialogue on for the life tonight. And
Yeah, man.
so hear me again.
Yeah, man.
Yes,
Respect,
man.
man. Thanks for calling.
And just big up yourself, man. You do a good job, yeah?
All right, thanks.
All right, though.
All right, big up.
Yeah, man.
Carla share is few shillings. This thing deeper than we still in there, and I think it deeper than football still in there. It show up in football more than probably some sect of society, but it deeper than this one. It deeper than football. This thing happened a long time, and it's some sort of why this thing now gonna stop here? Because some people believe it's some sort of entitlement. Some sort of entitlement. And who you can blame? Can you blame anyone really? Islanders family say me know exactly who I'm attack. Kirkwise, please look towards South America. You're a guy. One of the best football nation ever. They have so much art. If you put the uniforms on 11 goats, they will play well for their country. People may drop the link, you know. Or Richard, you said me drop the link, you know, forward, man. Richard, I tiddling sort the thing, man. Okay. Tell him don't move. Look. The boss come serious. And that's a rocking head.
CD, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, man. Yes, Jason, is a classism thing, man. Classism thing. Yeah, man. Country versus town. If I even hear sometime man them a talk about the football, you know. The country baller they nah get no bus. Everything that town. Apartheid that too, you know.
We've come here for the sporting experience, and you are the man with the responsibility to handle this sporting experience and this deep issue. I'm glad that I've joined at this particular time, coaches, because you've identified this is a very interesting case in point. I did ask you the question earlier, coaches. Is Jamaica, as a footballing nation, overrated? You know the quality and depth of the Jamaican athletics program. And sometimes that's actually maybe underestimated. Small country, outstanding world-class talent. Since joining the Gold Cup Juta tour last year, how far do you think Jamaica has come? Yes, sir. I love that smile. Lovely smile. How far do you think, in your opinion? Let's just break this thing and chop it up, Rob.
How far we have gone?
Well, backward, forward, laterally. You tell me, Rob. I hope I'm not using too many words for you. I don't want to mess with your program. I just type out the questions as I see fit. Coach handles them, gives good answers, and I respond accordingly. Coach, over to you.
The question is, where the team has reached since Gold Cup. I think we have, what you call it now? We have underperformed, Richard. Underperformed with the players that we have at our disposal. I believe that the team underperformed under certain sort of management. We're seeing a little glimmer of hope. Some people don't like Hope Road, but Hope Road open for vehicular traffic right now. Yeah. So that's where I'd put it. There's some sort of encouragement, especially from that game last evening. I see we getting a call, Richard. I hope I've answered your question.
You've begun. You've begun, but there's a long road to
Hey, well
travel,
going.
and we're gonna chop it up as we go along. Carla, welcome.
Turn on the
Hi,
background.
can you hear me?
Yeah, but yeah.
Has he got clearance? Carla, can you hear Coach Minzy? Caller.
So you're live right
Yeah,
now.
man, go ahead.
Live on the show.
Yeah, man.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I just want to do a recap. My name is Kirk. I called you before a long time ago. Calling from Toronto. What I think happened with this program is that the administration don't have any backbone, and technically, I'm gonna fire some shots at you guys. And when I say you guys, I mean the internet pundits.
Yeah,
You guys put a lot of pressure on these guys to pick certain players, and you call for it. And I'm not talking about you personally,
No,
but
man, what you say,
everybody
you say everybody, you know, so my rubber skin up already, you know. So
all right.
we're not afraid of
So
bullets.
what I'm saying is that the players that you guys call for are good players, but players don't make team. And the way everything was hurried, and the pressure that the JFF as well as the coaches were under to satisfy you guys, and you guys kept going at it.
So hold on.
The team, go ahead.
So powerful.
Yeah, believe it or not, you guys are. You don't think them listen to them? Or you guys are the one who technically got top of fire.
You know me hear the argument.
If you guys didn't say anything, Topper would still be there.
I mean,
Be honest with yourself. Look right in yourself. And if you guys said nothing and just take the results as is, would anybody say anything?
No, well,
Coaches,
I
reach for the richest roots. Reach for the richest roots, sir.
no
You,
man,
you're gonna
we
need it
not
for
reach
deal
for
with
the
Kirk, you
richest
know.
roots, but
How you say, sir?
I think the caller might be onto something, but from what I've heard is that this recommendation would have been made from in the end.
Listen to me, man. Listen to me.
Yeah, listen, man.
Tapa of influence within the sphere of Jamaican football.
Mm-hmm.
They were very happy when you guys called for Tapa's head. But that's not the point I was trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
The point I was trying to make is the team went AWire, and it's the JFF fault too. The team went AWire when we called all of those players wholesale. What we had was enough to get us to fourth. Without I'm not saying English versus whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying the new nucleus of players. And don't get me wrong, the players that they brought in are excellent players. Mikel Antonio, world class. Who else they brought in? The guy Lowe, Jamal Lowe, world class. All of them, world class players. But you can't build a soccer team like that in less than a year. It was impossible. And Tapa had no balls to just say, can I say balls? I already said it. Tapa had no balls to say, no, we can't do that. That's not all football play. And I think going forward, we collectively, people who love Jamaican football, including myself, need to temper ourselves, and the JFF need to have some spine and do the thing the right way. But you guys, technically, and I say you guys, including myself, because I listen to you every day, I should have called in a long time and said, stop the foolishness. But that's my 2 cents. You guys should take some of the blame.
No, don't come off and lie there today. You can't fire shot.
Me not come off. Me there, man.
Oh, you
Me there.
can't fire shot.
If I have one shot, I just walk away.
I don't expect Rowan's to return, you know. but,
Go ahead, I'm listening.
But to be fair, I think we calling for the players is one thing. When we have been calling for them, these players should have been looked at from when? I think it was 2020, no? 2019, is it 2019? When we played Saudi Arabia, that game, some players came in, you know. Like a Gregory and
Ravel Morris, they come in at that time.
And Daniel Johnson, them players there. Right? That was the beginning of it for quote unquote this campaign. But what I'm saying, caller, Kirk, they should have made the contact to the players that we recommend on our shows before the last minute. All we can do is to recommend players, highlight players that are linked to Jamaica, that players that some probably would have stated that they are interested. Some would have already put up the flag on their social media, so that in itself shows interest. But the fact of the matter is that some persons from the federation, they did not know the ballers.
Then this is a quagmire. This is I don't know what to say.
So we
at this point,
we recommended the players. We said this baller interested. We said this is a good baller because of where he's playing, and we watch these ballers week in, week out. We know about the baller because we in tune with what is happening. But the powers that be waited late. Antonio, if you come from Gold Cup, you know, so the team can play. Pinnock was supposed to come from Gold Cup. That never materialized because he wanted to, you know, solidify himself in a team. And some other players were supposed to come. Some of the things them wait for too long, brethren. Some of these things.
I agree there.
For last minute. A long time we are talking about the players then. Probably they took it serious later than sooner. You understand?
Yeah, that's a fair point. But you guys, I distinctly remember yourself, the dude that's in Canada that talks weird. His English is kind of broken a little bit. No disrespect to him. He has a good program. I give him that credit for that. He was just wholesale calling for people. The gentleman that's on TVJ, anybody that has an English passport in his eyes should be on the team, period. No vetting, nothing. Just put them on the team. And you guys kept pressuring them, to be honest. But I think at that point, and you made a fair point, at that point, Topper should have said, listen, pump your brakes, people. We know the horse is already out the gate. We'll take one of the players that you recommend. And I think the only player that should have been taken was Mikel Antonio. The rest of them should just wait. That's how I see it. Because he's world class. I can't go around that. Even if you have people in wheelchair playing for Jamaica, that man can lift you up. And you see it. It was just him. There's no quality with the system that they were playing. He was the only one that could rise. Nobody else.
Okay, so me glad, Kirk, hold on. Me glad that you bring up that system thing that's still enough. Because if you're firing shots,
yes,
you have to turn it over to that side as well, you know.
I give it to them already. Tapa was a disaster. I must admit, a total disaster. How is he in? And I used to be a proponent, support him, but I had biases with respect to my support. He's a Jamaican. He was in the 1998. I want to see him go back. But to be honest, if I took the things off my eyes, the man was subpar. He's not a coach. He wasn't a coach, and I must admit that now. But I had biases.
And Kirk, put your biases aside too. You're the coach now, Kirk. You have the team from 4 years, Kirk. And to be fair to the coach, from what I've heard, he made his recommendation, some of the things that he needed. Nothing was made mention of players. I can't recall anything was mentioned of players in him making.
So whose fault is that?
Hold on, no, we'll soon reach there. Plus,
all right, yeah.
I don't know when the recommendations were made. Was it in 2016? Was it in 17? Was it in 18, 19, 20, 21? We don't know. You understand? And if it was made a long time ago, why did all of these things come on board? The video analyst, the assistant coach, the this, the that, the masseurs, all of these things. Why it came on so late? So so you have to give.
It came on late because they got the money late. They got the private jet, everything came in the last 9 months, I would guesstimate. They got money from somebody. I don't know the source, but it's obvious that they got money to help them with the qualifiers. And I think it had to do with the fact that COVID happened. The world governing body had to assist these people, which made sense. You had to protect the players, so they somehow cried for money. And this is just my speculation. I don't know.
Right,
but a good point I'm gonna make before I hang up.
Mm-hmm. We are going to assess it.
The issue at hand is you brought up a good point. Mm-hmm. Tapa had the team for almost 4+ years, if not 4 years. Mm-hmm. A little bit more than 4 years. The team was doing well, result-wise, right? You must admit that.
And I have to admit that.
When did Tapa realize that we don't have a proper CDM, a guy in the middle? Maybe we need some strengthening with respect to the forward line, because our finishing from day one from Jamaica's history has been atrocious. When did he realize this, and what steps did he take, and why is it that and I'm going to put myself in that thing because I was listening to you guys and agreeing with you to bring these players in, some of them. Mm-hmm. But the wholesale changing of the team, I didn't agree with, but I didn't say anything. Who am I? I don't have a YouTube channel. I just sit and listen, right? So it's all on top, and I'm not putting it at his foot, but he is the coach or the manager, if you want to call it that. Mm-hmm. At what point did he say, you know what, JFF, we need strengthening in this area, that area, that area. And these are the players that I want. Because if he had gone, and even the guy that used to play at Vancouver Whitecap in the residency, he's now in somewhere in Turkey, I believe. He's a Jamaican from Portland. What's his name again?
All of us?
No, man. He's from Portland. He's a forward. He was the under-17 leading scorer a couple of years ago. What the hell is his name? You know him. He scored 2 goals against Honduras in the Gold Cup when we had the only Gold Cup game down there in the National Stadium. What the hell is his name? He plays in Turkey right now.
Deva Argil.
Yes, that kid could have helped this team. What the hell is going on? I don't understand what is going on. He plays like Mattox, but he's better than Mattox. Like he the pressing game that they wanted to play, he would have been perfect for that. And I'm not just playing Monday morning quarterback, but it's the truth. It's like they had no clue. There were too many players for him to manage, and it doesn't seem like he's a manager.
Kirk, can I ask you a question?
And then, all right, another point I'll make, a good point. The time when, this is JFF, when they fired Tapa, it did not make any sense. At the time when they fired him, made no sense. Why? You can't, the man already is in the quagmire that he's in. He got one result in Honduras, I believe, and one in El Salvador. Then we had those 3 games before this window. Mm-hmm. Let him finish it out. Like, it's not like you're going to call in, what's the Brazilian coach back in the 1970s? No, in the 70s, man. That guy that coached Pele in his last World Cup. Yeah, I can't remember his name. But there's no genius here. Zagallo. Yeah, there's no genius going to come in and... Yeah, he's not gonna come and create no miracles here. Or the guy who took Senegal to the World Cup when they went the first time. The white witch doctor. It's not like those types of coaches that we had, and because obviously you guys don't play games here. You know that what's his name wanted the job, the guy that's in the job right now. If I was top, I wouldn't hire him because obviously the man was here for the job, right? But you guys call for it, right? You can't have two captains running a ship at the same time. Because it's obvious that Paul had ambition to take the damn job. Go ahead.
Call and pull up. Yes, sir. Give thanks, sir. A very interesting call. Thank you very much for your contribution. Full respect. Can I ask you, live and direct, everyone's a manager, everyone's a coach. What, in your opinion, was and is the potential of the Jamaican national team, aka the Reggae Boyz, at their best?
They are a very good team. We're of pedigree where we have natural ingredients where nobody else in the world have, which is athleticism, speed, strength. The only thing we don't have, which I'm not saying we can't learn it, but our tactical discipline is kind of lacking. And that has to do with grassroots soccer coming up through the ranks. What I think needs to happen is that we have resources all over the world. We have thousands of people in England, not thousands, sorry. We have hundreds of players in England. We have hundreds of players in Canada, in the US, and we have thousands of players that are naturally bred players in Jamaica. The problem is that we don't identify these players early and nurture a team. Also, what is happening with the Jamaica Football Federation is that they are in the business, not of soccer, but in the business of when we can eat a food, if you understand that what that means. They're looking for the quick fix. There's no long-term process to get us over the line. I've been watching this thing since I was like 16, coming all the way up, right? From like T-Gap Davis days and Rajic Reed and all those players from those days, coming right up to today. what I think we're lacking is that we need to identify the players that we want, wherever they might be. Get them very young and bring them through the system. We can't just pitch patch put a team together. Also, because and this is important. The Queen sent our representative the other day, our grandson and our granddaughter, to Jamaica. These people are saying, "Oh, we should move away from England." Listen to me, man. We are hate it or love it. We were developed and we were nurtured by the English, our educational system, everything. There's nothing wrong with what we have learned so far. I would never turn back and try to say, "Oh, I don't like the English language and I don't like where we are." Everybody have a bad history. But the point I'm trying to make is that we, at a higher level, the Jamaica Football Federation need to broach a MOE with the English FA, because that's where we have players coming from. You can't be going in the people's backyard and just picking players, taking players, trying to get this player. Let yourself be known. Try to broach a relationship with these people. And you're not going to get the best English players, but if the English FA is helping you to identify the players and you're actively working together to build the program, you could be their little brother, and they could assist you in ruling this region. What I'm trying to say is that we can't do it alone, and we need to have relationships. I think the way Jamaica is doing it is kind of backward. And I think Paul Hall himself said that indirectly, but it's like, I don't want to use this term, but it's like some patty shop business the JFF is doing. And everybody says that, but you have to give them a little bit of credence. They're out of their realm. Like this guy, the president, like what type of real world experience this man had in football. And I'll be quiet for a second. Maybe you know, tell me.
So, ask the question again.
What type of real world administrative experience did Mike Ricketts, or the general secretary, what's his name? Dalton Wint had in football? What kind of credential they came with prior to them taking seat in the JFF?
I don't have a clue. Don't have a clue.
So so it's back to the point I made. They should have seek out a federation. Obviously, the English would probably help us. The fact that historically we have a bond, right? And also the fact that I think 5 players on their team have Jamaican heritage and 1 is a born Jamaican. In fact, he's a leader. That man, you can't take his ball from him, the little Sterling. He plays like he's 7'5" and he's only 5'7". That's a man. That's a real man. So the point I'm trying to make is that if you reach out to these people, I don't see why they would say no. Right? Because it's to their benefit to bring you in closer. Because they know that there's a snake in their midst, which is us. And there is this black consciousness that is going on throughout the world. If you use that, these players will come. Why do you think Andre Gray is here? Because Andre Gray is a black conscious type guy. I don't think Andre Gray, or maybe he would because he likes his profession, but he'll easily come and play for Jamaica because he believes that that's his root and he believes in a black nation and that type of thing. I listen to him, how he talks, right? Yeah. So he jumped through hoop to play for Jamaica because there's some issue with respect to finding his lineage or his father, something like that. But he never stopped until he got it, right? But what I'm trying to say is that we need to have these relationships with people who have done it a really long time and know what they're doing from an administrative level, right? So Dalton Wint and Michael Ricketts, and maybe they don't have the know-how how to broach these relationships, but you're a leader. If you call and reach out to these people, they listen. You have a title behind your name. When I send an email from work, the fact that it says senior manager, people listen, right? If it says clerk, nobody listen to you. It's the God Almighty truth. Also, there's
Kirk,
also a
you've been waiting a
colorism,
long
right?
time.
When words are coming,
You've been.
go ahead.
No, Kirk, I'm just reflecting, sir. You've been waiting. You've been bursting to come on to
like
coaches for a good while, sir. Yeah, burst like
we get the whole bag
Dunn's
of
River.
people in a one.
Jeez, you
No, but
peace.
it's crazy. Like, we need to stop somewhere. All right, what's gonna happen now is that we're gonna look at these players, mind them. There's a very the kid King. King is a very good player, right? But then the Jamaican society, and I'm gonna hit Jamaica. They're gonna hype him up, and then he's gonna think he's bigger than what he is.
You have about 30 seconds to go now.
I'm about only for rounds.
Anyway, I'll
Only
jump
for rounds,
off,
my
but
friend,
I'll keep listening. Continue with the program. Do your thing, and don't stop.
All right, respect.
All right, take
Respect,
care.
Kirk. Respect.
Yeah.
Good night, gentlemen. Good night.
On this call.
King Leo,
Big
respect.
up to Neo Sovereign. Hold on, let me move that. Hold on, let me see what go on there. Neo.
Mm-hmm. Can you hear me, coach?
Yeah,
Hear
man,
me?
loud and clear.
Loud and clear.
Neo's Laws and Insight. That look like a one channel. Drop a link
Why-
and make a sub.
No, coach, it's not that channel still. It's just a background for now, you know?
Okay.
Playing around with my computer still.
Oh,
Don't forget
see?
my channel, by the way, CD, when you get the chance. But we'll talk about that later. Neo,
Subscribe to your channel already, man.
How you doing, Richard?
That'll be a short
I-
going with.
yeah, man, respect. Soon extend, but respect for the subs. Give thanks. Neo, good to see you, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm in contemplative mood. I am well. I enjoyed the World Athletics Indoor Championships in Jamaica, just showing a portion. I gave them a C+, a portion of their talent and ability on the world stage. There's so much more to come. But this Jamaican Reggae Boyz team, men's senior team, has got me reflecting, Neil. I'm reflecting and asking the question, how good is this team? Everyone's a coach, everyone's a manager. Kirk just came on, said that Orgill could have been the solution. Tapper being sacked earlier could have been the solution. I could differ and beg to disagree on both of those points. Neo, what's the potential of Jamaica, sir? How good are they really? How good can they be? Where does the land lie for you from the Gold Cup of last year till where we stand right now under the wing and tutelage of Mr. Paul Hall, sir? It looks like there's a seismic change from what I'm seeing. Coach addressed it to a large extent, but there's still more to cover. He addressed
I
it,
think-
but there's some changes. There's some changes going on. I'm not sure if it's the right direction, but it's an interesting direction. Speak, Neo, speak.
You know what? I think it's an interesting change. You know, the comments that Leon Bailey made about the egos in the team, you know, I think it refers to both players as well as the previous coach. And I think that the changes that we're observing, right, are definitely changes in a bit, you know, we're moving in a positive direction because we played against a team that we usually dominate, that we usually beat. And even though we didn't come away with a victory, we came out looking like we had a system of play. You know, we looked like we had something that we're trying to achieve. And even though there was occasional long ball, you know, I could see that the new coach is stamping his authority on the team on what they do and how they approach the game. To me, you know, that is, prior to the game, I said, oh my gosh, this looks like another Sunday pickup game where we just assemble a number of players, and I'll comment on that some more. But the coach had them organized, they kept their shape, you know, there was a method. I like the fact that, you know, there are certain players who stood out, brand new players from the JPL, you know, other players who were there from the old team. There are other players who didn't come who perhaps could have contributed. The question is, what price, what cost does that contribution come at? Are any of those players amongst the egos who might be disruptive to the team and who fail to follow the coach instruction? So for me, I think that I'm glad for the change, but as I always say before, I think in terms of systems, I think in terms of something that is written down on paper, something that we're going to follow. That God forbid, even if Paul Hall leave, this is how it is done. We have to get this thing written down on paper. There has to be some, we have to have some kind of management, you know, um, boost for the Reggae Boys, because I believe at the end of the day that what we have is a management problem. I don't think that we lack for the ability. I don't think that we lack for the personnel. We have this huge diaspora. We have the athletic ability, but what we've been lacking all along is the management. And actually, in addition to the management, because of the poor management, egos will flourish in that environment. So let me swing it back to you guys so I can get some response on that.
Richard, speak.
I have said from the get-go that Jamaica faces challenges and unique potentially opportunities in which to either thrive or quote unquote fail. Look at the current octagonal table and you will see the quagmire that Kirk referred to, in my opinion, correctly. There is a form of a quagmire going on. You talked about the Jamaican diaspora, and arguably, I'll add again, the finest crop of talent that Jamaica has ever possessed. We find ourselves 7th, only propped up by Honduras in a World Cup qualifying year. How do you explain that? Is it simply a coaching, managerial situation? I'm strongly suspecting that Jamaica as a team is overestimated. I also think that the direction that Mr. Hall is going in, though, is a very interesting one. To what degree it will succeed, that would be very interesting. It looks to me as though with this particular selection and then his explosive words added to Leon Bailey's comments suggests to me that we're beginning another drama in the world of Jamaican football. Egos? Who are these egotistical individuals? Paul Hall expressed disappointment. Neil, I'd love your insight. I don't know if you saw the press conference. Did you see the press conference, Neil?
Yeah, I saw snippets of it, not all of it, but I did see snippets of it.
Let me point you to a particular point in the press conference. He alluded to and expressed his disappointment, his personal, seemingly disappointment at the range of excuses and explanations given to him by certain individuals. Now, whether that was verbatim, straight from the horse's mouth from these players, whether these explanations were given via other individuals, we're not quite sure. The upshot of it is, though, Paul Hall is saying that places aren't guaranteed. And those who did not make this trip, remember, this is a window where Jamaica are out of the equation for qualifying. And yet the players that are absent and not in the squad are coming in for the mother of all criticisms. In fact, I strongly get the feeling that they're being thrown under the bus. There's certainly that look and feel. There's rubber and there's individuals and there looks like there's a potential crime scene. But speak, Neo, speak.
Yeah, it's a pity we can't hear from the players directly. And, what the code said, there was ambiguity to it. And I suspect that the ambiguity was purposeful because he doesn't want to close any doors, right, but he wants them to know that he has a handle, right?
And I think, too, Neo, and like he also said, I don't think he's possibly referring to all the players.
Right.
Because he said some of the reasons that he got
Yeah. I mean,
That's
I don't think that so I don't think he's slamming the door on anybody. He's putting some of them on notice. He has a lot of balls to juggle. There are demands being made upon him from, the fans, demands that are on him from the JFF, demands that are on him from local coaches and local clubs, as well as some sense of obligation. Some of the players overseas who have been in the program for a long time feel now that the team kind of owes them. I was kind of, I made a comment on one of the portrait show. I'm always here, even if I'm not on. I'm in the chat. I kind of think this might be an unpopular view, but I'm gonna say that to some extent, some of these players, they're, some of them are in the Premier League, some of them are in the Championship, but I cannot blame some of them for wondering or fearing that because of the lack of management or proper management from the JFF, that know that there is no chance of us making the World Cup, that they might come to a situation in Jamaica where it was worse than it may have been before, in terms of the flight, in terms of the accommodations, in terms of the organization. So to some extent, there may be one or two players who that is a problem for. I mean, I can't speak for them. It's speculation on my part, and some people are going to probably say I'm just defending the players in the parish of England, right? But that's not what I'm doing. I'm human, and if I were in their position, I might have my reservations too. Nevertheless, no doubt, some of them might feel like, it was a waste of my time because I came there and them never serious. So am I gonna go back? But the fact of the matter is, that commitment that the coach is talking about, you can't be committed to going to the World Cup, but not committed to showing up for Jamaica when we need you. And so, I do feel that too. So, at all times, it's a very complicated situation, and it's going to take a sophisticated response. And I don't think that the coach is incapable of that. For one, lastly, and I don't want to talk too long, but I am also glad that he was able to bring this new team together and get, well, some of them are new, but to bring this fresh team together, and we didn't walk away with a victory, but we left the field with our heads held high. He's going to say to the other players, look, if you don't come, you might lose your spot. As coach said earlier before, that is something that coaches want. They want to be in that position because you don't want as a coach, I'm not a coach, but as a coach, I suspect you don't want your players to feel like, you depend wholly on them. You want them to compete for their position. You want them to know that one man don't make the team. And so, we'll see what happens. I mean, going forward to the Nations Cup, I do want some of those players back. I do think that will continue to make an important contribution. The likes of Pinnock, Captain Jamaica, and some of those guys. I don't forget their service. They turned up, and to some extent, it was kind of embarrassing for them because I guess they kind of feel like they're EPL players and they expected better of themselves and of the team. But I've always held the position that to the extent that the team does better and attract these players, it's like a snowball. As it goes downhill, it will get bigger and bigger. And so this is one of the contributions that they will make too. Meaning, even though we don't go to the World Cup, if we go to the Nations Cup and perform well, we're going to continue to generate interest in the team, which is good for players and contracts, which is good for recruiting more players, which is good for the coach, which is good for marketing. And so, as I said before, I am optimistic that we can do better. But again, we need to I keep on saying it. We need to reform those bylaws. We need to make rule changes and do things that will make sure that we put the things in place that will let the program grow, even when some of the older heads have left.
Respect Neo. There's a comment in the section there by Daniel Johnson regarding Marlon King. Could you clarify, Daniel? I'm not quite sure what you're referring to regarding Marlon King. Your thoughts would be interesting if you could expand. Neo, from what you just said, that was a very lengthy explanation. But to be frank and honest, I think it's that kind of conversation, long, hard conversations that do need to take place and thoughts that need to be reflected on regarding the future of Jamaican football. Again, look at the table. I mean, are you where you are now astonished at the reaction from the Jamaican fans as a whole, the ones that you've seen in the comment sections on coaches' desks and other shows that you've seen, in terms of the expectation levels of Jamaican fans? I mean, I hear this talk about athleticism. That doesn't necessarily cut it with me. The direction that Jamaica are going to go in to mix with the Canadians, the Americans, the Mexicans. I mean, look at Costa Rica, Panama. I think it's going to take a real long process, and I don't think it's an easy fix. And I'm just reflective and concerned right here from London, England. I'm concerned and reflecting that realistically, Jamaica is not ready. It's not an easy road. We've just seen Italy get knocked out. They're the current European champions. Yeah, current European champions, and they could not put the ball in the back of the net. Their qualification record was played 8, won 4, drew 4. And yet, when it came to the crunch, that wasn't good enough. That got them to the playoff. And then 92 minutes on the clock, and they can see the goal at home and lose. Why? They don't have the cutting edge. Does Jamaica, Neil, have the cutting edge in defense, in midfield, and in attack to realistically, as we speak, match with the very best that CONCACAF has to offer? I remember the likes of Curacao,
and
Suriname are going to be coming up
you mean the next campaign? You mean the next campaign?
I'm talking about right now, this current window, and then going into the Nations Cup and into the Gold Cup, and we've seen the look at the octagonal table. Look at the
Richard,
table.
We have good defenders, you know. We have good defenders, but we are
saw that against El Salvador.
Team when it comes on to good to defending crosses.
That means that we don't have a very good defensive team then, because crosses are an integral part of football.
We have a good defense.
You do know that.
So Richard King is not good.
You don't want to go there, do you, Coach?
Coach,
you want to be that guy? Do you want to be that guy? Are you going there, Coach?
I am the star of the show.
All right. Yes,
you are.
Answer the question.
You are the UN diplomatic coach of the year 2021.
Richard,
2022
I did not
started
ask
strongly
you
for you
a page
too.
of question, Richard. I asked you one single line of question. Is Richard King good?
What do you define as good? He's promising.
Lord Jesus. Yes or no, one answer.
But you're not easy, Rasta.
No, me and
the
a Rasta,
righteous
man.
business. Oh, you mean we are driving for the righteous roots? Look here.
A richus, man, and a righteous.
Richus.
Yeah,
man.
rich.
Send me a back when you can. Look here.
Answer that question, Richard.
Richard King.
Not because the man named Richard King and you name Richard what?
Me love when me hear him name called, Richard King. I say, and you say I'm not showing bias. Look here, Richard King.
But
there was a point in that game. He was following.
Richard, since I don't want to answer.
I was answering it just now. I was just answering it. Don't put words in my mouth. Send me now answer.
Whether yes or no. There are deficiencies even in Ronaldo's game, Lionel Messi's game. There are deficiencies in Liverpool's team and Man City's team. And they are considered two of the best teams in the world right now. So
Neo.
the fact of the matter is, Richard, is that if we say we have a good set of players in the defensive unit, of course we have things to tidy up. We have the crosses to tidy up, and that would essentially make the team much better.
You better believe that. I agree 110% with you
So, you know,
regarding
should I
that very
just answer
statement.
question them, man?
Absolutely.
Mannings, man, welcome. Yeah, brace. You seem like you're well relaxed.
Yeah. I see. I looking behind me and I see the scales, and I'm wondering if I have to be very mindful of what I say, lest I have some legal issues.
It
Good
was
evening.
ever thus.
And also
It was
think that
ever
I'm missing a trick tonight because all three of you have on black and I have on yellow.
So now blend that, man. Black
Yeah, man,
and yellow, and
diversity.
Neo with the green right
color
there.
that, man.
And Neo with the
Diversity,
green right
everything
there.
blessed, Mannings.
So we have
Yeah,
the
man.
Jamaica color.
Yeah, man. But good to be here. Been a while. Yeah, man. Bless
Big
up, bless up.
yourself,
And
man.
please,
Welcome.
one thing, Richard, you're not permitted to ask me any question. I didn't come on the platform to be interviewed.
The man will have straight face, Mannings. Richard, you can't smile in a boss, man.
Look here. Mannings, man. Good to see you, Mannings, man. I'm sure you're not telling me what I can and cannot say. I am not going to be asking you questions, a bag of questions. Coach was asking me a question I was endeavoring to answer. Let me answer and let me ask you a question. Oh yeah, look at that. You see that segue?
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Mannings, man, is the Jamaican team overrated?
Well,
In
man,
the-
before
in
you go
eyes of-
there, so
all right, go ahead.
Let's talk about King. Let's talk about King. I want to talk
Yeah,
about King.
King's promising. You can put me on record as saying King is promising. If you say is King good, well, yes, he is a good player. Is he promising? I mean, Coach went on a diatribe about Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, this is part of the problem, in my opinion, and I make no joke about it. I make no bones about it. You can't. If you're answering a question about King and then you throw Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi into the equation, do you see where the confusion comes in about the expectations?
Richard.
Go ahead, Neil.
No, Richard.
The scales of justice
know
need
you
to speak.
of someone, Richard. I don't know you as someone to be disingenuous.
Absolutely.
So don't go there.
Absolutely.
I did not make
You
no
got me right
reference
there.
to Richard King and no Lionel Messi. I use the reference to make the point of it doesn't matter how good individuals or a team is, they do have flaws. So I'm not comparing Richard King with Lionel Messi nor Cristiano Ronaldo. So me know why you spell that narrative. I don't know you as being disingenuous. So don't go there.
But let me just jump on quickly and put this in. I hear what Coach is saying, and what I will say is that just by referencing those players, it might create confusion in the minds of the watchers or the viewers that there is some
have to
comparison.
be listening, Neo. You have to be listening.
I know, Coach, and I understand what you're saying. I get that point about the flaws. As for King, I think King is a good player, but I think Richard is also right that he's a work in progress. I think that what we have to recognize, which is what Richard is probably taking, bearing in mind when he says this, is you are as good as your competition. And Jamaica should know that. I remember we played the game against Japan, and then we played the game. What was the game? Was it Croatia? No, I don't remember.
Serbia,
right? And so Serbia was a higher ranked team, and we looked fairly decent versus Serbia. And then we played a much younger Japanese team who gave us a beatdown, right? And so the truth is that, for me, it all boils down to preparation, exposure, and who you play against, which is why what I highlight from the game that we just played is the fact that there seems to be a system. There seems to be some kind of organization, less long ball. We actually came out of a game and had the majority of the possession. Right? When last have we had the majority of the possession in a game? I can't recall. And if we did have one, it may have been under the same coach. So we're moving in that direction. As for King, truth is I am eager to see King get his opportunity to play against tougher competition. What I do know that is that if he plays with a team that is weak, if the rest of the defenders are around him are not as good, and he plays in a game, and if your teammates don't look good and you end up not looking good, it can really have a bad effect also on your career. Because I do think he's good. I do think he has potential. I just really hope that he is given the opportunity and he gets to the places where he can show that potential. Unfortunately, I think the JPL is getting better. Seems to me like more scouts will be coming. But at his age, the truth is he should be further along. So it's a work in progress, but I'm optimistic for him. What you say, Manins, what you say about that? What you think about
Hold on, Manins. Before you jump
sorry.
in, Manins, we have Kyle on the line. Kyle has been waiting for quite a long while. So Kyle, go ahead.
Yes, good night, everybody. Good night, panelists.
night,
It's
Kyle.
always
Good
good
night,
to hear
Kyle.
you guys talk. I was just wondering if you guys looked at the psychological aspect of Paul Hall, because when he got the job, he made some statements, that basically put everybody on notice, and I mean the GFF, the fans, and the players. Now, when you have somebody like that who can basically tell the GFF that he's going to drag this football forward, you know what I mean? That's basically challenging them to listen, get your act together. And he's not going to take any nonsense from anybody. In the same tone, he's telling these Jamaicans from the parish of England that if they're not willing to be a part of the cause, we don't need you. You know what I mean? I mean, this is a man who is serious. And I don't believe that he sees someone like Tapper who's just going to sit down, be quiet, take nonsense, and just let people push him around. This is the coach that we need. This is the coach that we have been waiting for. This man is educated. He has his degrees. He has a program, and he wants to implement it. So when he says that he is in a rebuilding stage, he knows exactly what he has to do, what he has to say, where he has to go, who is going to come with him to accomplish what he wants done. So when we talk about Paul Hall, look at him and analyze him psychologically, what he says and how he says it. This man is not to be played with. So I think, if anything, this man will make the GFF make some changes. Okay, now for the question about is this Jamaican team good enough? Paul Hall thinks so. That's all I want here, and that's all I care about. He is going to make this team good enough. All right, gentlemen, any thoughts about that?
All right.
All
right.
You laugh. Good enough, Kyle. I like that. Good
enough.
enough.
Hey, Kyle.
All right, cool. Take care.
Hold on, don't leave.
I'll just respond.
Go ahead.
That I agree with you about Hall. However, my fear is, again, I said that riches and talent is fool's gold to the unprepared. You understand? And
right.
For me, preparation means that the team needs friendly games. They need to be with each other over a period of time to get to know each other, to develop chemistry. And we cannot view competitions as a competition like the Gold Cup cannot be our preparation for the World Cup. You understand?
Definitely not.
So I mean, Paul Hall, I think, as you said, is a competent coach, and it's not only we who think so. He has a job there in England, and he's in charge of some kids there, or younger players who he's developing. But the fact of the matter is that without the preparation, without the friendly games, without the camps, without the infrastructure, and I don't mean fields or whatever, I'm talking about, the time for the coach to be able to identify weaknesses, instill his philosophy, and stuff like that. Without those things, I'm afraid that we just we're going to be like a dog chasing its own tail, right? And we won't really be going anywhere except in circles. So that's my answer to that.
Can I ask the caller? Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go on.
Caller, respect, sir, before you make your point, and thanks again for contributing to Coach's Desk this evening. Do you think, in your opinion, Paul Hall was being too harsh, or sending a clear-cut and positive, constructive message when he alluded to being disappointed with some of the explanations given and leaving it in such a situation and position where those players will have to fight to get back in? Given that it's a window where Jamaica can no longer qualify, could it not be seen as a case where we're looking at other players to add strength and depth to the squad, and he was maybe a bit too harsh, and hopefully behind the scenes that is actually conveyed? Or do you agree with him that you need to be available when called ASAP and jump to it?
It could be both, but let me just say this. It was a breath of fresh air. You know what I mean? Because that card needed to be called out. And if we can think back 20 years ago, Rennie Simone said the same thing. Rennie Simone said, listen, if you're not here with us, no, we don't need you. You know what I mean? Granted, when it came to, granted after when we qualified, he flipped and basically called a couple more Englishmen. But fine. That's the politics of it all. You have to get the psychological aspect of football into it. You have to raise that card. So listen, if you're not here right now, we don't need you. Who's going to step up? Step up. Right? That's a part of football that people don't understand. The psychological aspect of motivating players. And not only players, the public. Okay? So from what I see, that's what Paul Hall is doing. He's rallying around everybody to his cry. So listen, we are on this campaign. We're going to rebuild and we're going to make it better. When he comes out and he said, listen, I gave the players a working plan that they should work with. And he met with all these coaches and told them that this is what they want. He wants them to do this. He's basically selling his own program, saying, listen, I'm going to organize everybody, and this is where I'm going. I want you to follow me. Listen, this man is smart. He knows exactly what he's doing and what he's saying. And trust me, if the GFF not coming with them, it's going to blow up in the JFF face. Believe me when I tell you that. Back to Nia's point. Like you said, we need practice matches, and the Gold Cup is not going to do it. If Paul Hall comes and says, listen, I want these practice matches to get my players ready, and the GFF said, no. And, and him say, listen, I'm not tolerating this. The public's going to flip. Because we are all ready for change.
Yeah.
So listen, Hall knows the card he's playing. Give him what he wants. If he gets it, he'll get the job done. If not, I'll see you later. I'll be back in England coaching Queen's Park Rangers. Find Tapper. Make him deal with the bullshit again. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
I think it's a good assessment. I agree.
All right.
All
right, Kyle. Thank you very much for calling.
Respect, caller. Respect, Kyle.
Respect, Kyle.
All right, cool. Man.
Make we hear from you,
Yeah,
Long time,
I mean, like I said, like I still have not changed my position. Whatever the results are at the end of these games, 6 games, it should not be used to determine whether Paul Hall gets the job or not. The results should not determine that. All right. So I think him getting in the job should be based on what is the long-term vision, and is he the best person to bring that vision into fruition. I think based on what I have seen, I would love to see him be given a chance with all the necessary resources. And also the dialogue has to change. All right, the dialogue has to change because I think there's still, no matter what happened, there continues to be this two side of the argument. Like some people want the, I can't say the parish thing, they want the local based Jamaicans to feel. I think some want the overseas based Jamaican to feel so it can suit their narrative. And I think that is just a fan base situation. And I think as fans, I had Andrew Edwards on today and he said something that if the fans of football become more abreast with the dynamics of football, then their discussions will change. And he was speaking about that in reference to if stats were made available for players, then it would, you understand me, it would help to alleviate some of the issues. I think a lot of what has happened in our football is not what is going on with the football. I read comments in the chat that I had on my platform today, and a lot of it had nothing to do with the game. All it had to do with is where players are from, more than the stats about the game, the individual performances. The conversation get back to the JFF, the presidency, and I'm thinking, when are we going to just talk about the game and leave those things? Because there's a place for it, but there's also a time when it is too much. And somebody has to change. Somebody has to change at some point. There's a lot of good things that I saw, but there's a lot of things that need to improve. I came to the reality last night that we are not good enough, or we were not good enough to get to the World Cup. And that's the reality. I saw the team play and we look better, but there are some basic mistakes by players at the same time that you think, like, if you're going to go to a World Cup, the prestige event in football, this is not Gold Cup, this is World Cup, then like you want to see as close to perfection as possible. The result was not bad, but I didn't see that. But it has been so bad, that an average performance in our eyes is so good because of how far we are coming. You understand how far we are coming from? It's like we are coming from the dumps, so we see some white with all kind of stains on it, and we say, hey, man, yeah. I want you to realize that this cycle, so I'm going to send you something, coach, for you to use tomorrow. This cycle has been the most difficult cycle for all teams. So many people say that Jamaica didn't have the best preparation. I put it to you that if you study what happened in Mexico, their football administrators may have better been able to equip. But one of the things the Mexicans have complained about is about the lack of preparation. And that preparation is because of how the pandemic shifted things. So a lot of the teams were not able to do what they wanted to do. All right. The same thing happened when they talk to the Costa Ricans. The Costa Rican the FA put out something about how difficult it was for them to transition to younger players. So they had to trust the maturity of their players to bring them through with limited preparation because they never had time because of the pandemic. So the truth is that when we say, for example, like Jamaica didn't have enough time to prepare, let's look at it this way. If the other teams also had more time to prepare, more resources to prepare, maybe we'd still be in the same place. Just maybe. Because when you say if Jamaica had more of this, also know that the other teams would have had more of the same thing. Whatever it is.
Go ahead. You're speaking.
Yeah. I mean, look, it is, I think that it is fairly obvious, yes. The pandemic did disrupt preparation. And that didn't only affect Jamaica, it affected the other teams as well. Here's the thing. What I observed is that there is no doubt with some of the players that we were able to attract to the team that we had assembled a little further on in the campaign, quality players that not only people in England, but people in the United States, people in Panama, the whole CONCACAF looked on and said, wow, this on paper, this team looked like it could really do something and go places. And so, if you, perhaps the other countries had teams like that too, I don't know. I don't follow them as close as I follow Jamaica. But what I can say is that I think that when they looked on and saw that talent and that quality, right, and even during the middle of it, we're saying we need more and more quality. I think that it is still fair to say that given the right preparation, we should have done and would have done better than we ended up doing. So while I agree that other teams could have had more preparation and probably, maybe they could have done better too. Yeah, that might be true. But I don't know, I know more about us than I know about them. And what I will say is we had several EPL players. We had players who did well who did well in their own leagues. There was this excitement was there, this expectation was there. We're all not crazy, right? So I just want to push back on that just a little bit to say that yes, other teams could have had preparation and more preparation. I think that as for Mexico, the rest CONCACAF is getting better. The teams in CONCACAF is getting better too. We were unlucky to some extent. To some extent, it wasn't just lack of preparation that debilitated our team. To some extent, it was management. It was, logistical issues. It was egos and infighting. But a large part of it was lack of preparation. So, I think when you consider everything, I think that if we can fix our management issues and get more preparation, I expect that we will, end up doing better than we did. Because I do think that we still had we still assembled a quality team. So I don't know. I just have to push back on that a little bit.
But let me say this, Neil, right? I would love, because this is in retrospect, but when I look at the Jamaican team, because I look at it and then I look at the amount of Costa Rican players playing at the highest level, they have more. They have more players who have played at the highest level for a longer time than Jamaica. Same thing with Mexico. Same thing with Canada. Same thing with the United States. So when we say, and I do agree that we could have selected a whole lot of other players and had them together. But the truth is, what these other teams are saying is that if we had more time, they too could have done some of those things. But on paper, when you look at the squad that Jamaica used, those teams had the United States have players playing in higher leagues than us, you know.
I agree with you.
Like the players that Jamaica get out, we have used players in the USL. United States use no one in the USL. Mexico uses no USL player.
Let me just, before you even go down that road further, let me just say this. The teams that we failed to put away, because we always knew that going up against Mexico and the United States was going to be a tall order. No matter how much quality we assembled, right? But the teams that we failed to put away, teams like Panama, teams like Costa Rica, yes, Costa Rica have players at higher levels and maybe a good number of them, but you know, no disrespect, it was an aging team that appeared at first to be on a downward trajectory. Obviously, them still have some, you know, something left in the tank, right? I don't expect them to go. If they go to this World Cup, they're gonna have to have a massive rebuild next time around. You know, so I mean, you know, I do take that the US on paper had players who were in better leagues than us and probably more of them, and also Mexico. I mean, Mexico and the United States, I think we can see that Mexico and the United States are ahead of us. As for Canada, I mean, Canada had a revolution, and I'll just say this: Canada probably even surprised themselves. You know,
really?
I think so. I'm not putting them down.
No, I doubt that. Listen, Canada on paper is a better team, better squad, better group of players than Jamaica.
Well, hold on, but let me just say this.
Yeah.
Prior to this.
Yeah, prior to this, even in the Gold Cup.
I hear you know, but let me just go on to say, I'm not talking about paper. I'm just saying in terms of their performance, they didn't do very well in the last World Cup campaign. And when it came to the Gold Cup, I don't think that people expected them to do as well as they did. Even if on paper they had.
I have to stop you. In the last World Cup campaign, Jamaica didn't make the last stage.
No, not right. But we never had the same. We didn't have the same.
No.
I'm not talking about the World Cup, and I'm saying in the Gold Cup campaign, I don't think people expected Canada to do as well as they did and to go on to be the number one team, it appears. I know that's
really.
Yeah,
I can't. I mean, I will let you finish, but I can't. I don't. Just let you know, I don't agree because I've been tracking the Canada team, and they have been good for a while. Once they got their new coach, and some of those players, most teams in CONCACAF struggled to beat them. I would love to go back to see where and when and how many games they have lost since they have had this new coach.
Okay, I think the perfect person to speak on this just.
Well, on the gentlemen, we have a caller online for quite some time waiting. Big up to Michael. Welcome to Michael. But go ahead, caller, quickly.
Yeah, I called before. Back on the Canada issue, the gentleman Mannings. Can you hear me? The gentleman Mannings is correct. Canada became a superpower, not superpower, but they became a good team after they got this new coach. The coach that they have now used to be the women's coach, and prior to them going to winning the gold at the Olympics, he was a coach. He come in and organized the team. The problem that Canada had, because every team has problems. Canada had an issue with racial equity in their team. Their team is made up of Jamaican Canadian and Europeans. So they were having infights in the team at Canada. And the coach basically put everything on the table. He's a master tactician and good at relationships. And that's how Canada started to get better. But why I called, the problem we're having in Jamaica is the issue is that Jamaica, the teams within Jamaica don't mind proper players, meaning the clubs. I'm going to ask all of you guys, because you guys seem like you're older people and you seem astute. When
we are called old Rasta. Which one? Yeah, that's a sweeping statement, you know.
There's no 16-year-old on the panel here. What in the last 20 years? How many world-class players have Jamaica exported? And I mean world-class. And what position those players played? Each of you guys go around the horn.
That's a tangent, man. We all know the answer to that question, and I don't really say. I mean, if we're talking about Canada and when Canada became a superpower, I don't know. It seemed like you're kind of changing the discussion with that, but I mean, I think for sure.
I just segued to go ahead.
Right. I mean, look, I'm sorry. I hope that don't come across as me being insensitive, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that I know that conversation is going to devolve into the JPL and the players in the parish of England versus the players in the parish of Jamaica or whatever. I would just say, well, I mean,
we can't compare apples and oranges, people. Stop talking about world-class players. Jamaica has produced only two players in its history. Only two players in its history who could even vaguely be considered world-class.
Right, that's why I said that. I mean,
so let's not get carried away. The reality we're looking at is that
the point I was trying to make is that we
Caller? Is there a point?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, go ahead.
The point I was trying to make is that the only players that have world-class status that we put out are wingers and wingbacks, right? So the point I'm trying to make is that in the selection process, we probably have to go outside to get the players that we need, that we know can build up our team. Because we don't bred good other positions, to be honest. And that, I think, is the main problem we're going to have and continue to have forever and ever and ever. Until we have better infrastructure, better way of mining different players in the development within the club. And the reason, and I'll jump off after this, the reason why we have better wingers and wingback is because it doesn't take a lot of thinking to play that position. All it takes is brute force speed. Hold on. Let me finish. Brute force speed, which we have. And we grew up in an environment where we play street soccer, where we can broke people, chop them, and do all sort of things. So here they call it, like in Canada, the way you develop your skill is through indoor soccer, right? You play on the basketball court. So you have to have very close control. It's the same thing on the street in Kingston. And that's why our players are so skillful, right? Because we play on the street. But anyway, I'll jump off the line because Richard have a big comment.
Yeah, man, listen to the feedback, but I disagree with you on that. But anyway, listen to the feedback.
All right.
Thanks for calling. Yeah, man.
Respect, caller. Respect.
Stand cranky.
Mr. Quality himself in the house. Mr.
It seems like I'm freezing, Coach. Coach, you can hear me?
Look like,
loud and clear.
We're here, but your internet look like
My internet is the computer. I changed my computer because I'm getting blocked on my regular computer trying to get in. Somehow I think I'm being blocked by StreamYard or something. Can't get in. So my nephew let me his computer and it's still freezing on me. So I'm not sure what the story is.
Oh, why?
We can hear you loud and clear though. You're coming through.
I can't tell a cranky. Probably the computer cannot manage the background that you have on it.
You need to
no. My other computer, what I normally use, it's not allowing me to access my camera and my mic for some reason. I have no idea why. And Google couldn't help me. Apple couldn't help me. Google couldn't help me, so I gotta help myself. I gotta figure it out sometime.
We can't hear you, Frankie. We can't hear you.
Okay. Well, I apologize for. Maybe it's good enough. Maybe I look better on camera if I'm not being shown. Maybe that's a good thing. But after this is the conversation, Coach. Interesting perspective by various parties on these subject matters. So I'm gonna keep on listening a little bit before I chime in. I'm gonna keep on listening. Well, I figure it's a reunion night. I said Manning's man, I said Neo, I said Richard. I said, why not join if it's a reunion night? I'm Cataract, I try to get you, not let it be Coach. What does it mean? He might be one show no relatively. Make him stay out that door. Make him stay out that door and get wet. Him stay.
I read Tiddlywicks business. A good to see you, Cataract, and of course Cronky. Beautiful to see you, Michael. You've been listening as well. Kronk, it's very important to listen. Listening is an underestimated skill. So I know you're a man of quality and wisdom. So keep listening, and we want to hear what you say. Michael, pipe in, sir. What say you regarding the Jamaican national team as we speak?
Well, I haven't changed my position, and good to see you, gentlemen, again. It's been a while.
Yeah, man.
But
Michael.
What?
Yeah, man. We say
welcome.
welcome.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right. The situation still hasn't changed. We still have quality players available to be used. But until you have a program where you develop them or develop a team structure, a sort of system of play that is consistent from your U15s through your U17s, 21s, 23s, senior, both men and women, you're going to continue to have the same sort of performance. Because if you have a consistent program, you can interchange coaches. We should not have to go through this complete revisit of our system each time we change a coach. So the whole process of changing a coach becomes more manageable, becomes more consistent, becomes more fluid. We actually get the coaches we want, we get the players we want, we play the football we want. Instead of every time we change our coach, it's a completely different team, playing a completely different game. Nobody knows who's playing, and we change our team each time. We will never go anywhere if we keep doing this. It's just that simple. And right now, my fear is still as it was. Until the GFF is prepared to restructure itself, we're going to keep doing the same thing. We're here talking, and we will look at 2026 and be asking the same question: why we never qualify?
Michael, would you be brave enough?
Hold on there, Richard. Let us hear from Qatar. The new Reggae Boyz coming to boss.
All right.
Good night, coach. It's Qatar the oligarch. I think one has to respect titles. Good night to the panel.
Qatar, me know you have to know. Me not add nothing to it though.
We don't like oligarch.
I just want to first start by saying if people are not going to, everyone's going to act like they don't see that Stan Kroenke is in prison. He used to have this mansion in the background, and now he's like Jacure singing behind these prison walls. So, I hope that you are serving your time. I heard the excuse about nephew's laptop and Ray-Tay, but we can't escape that. Coach, overall, I just think the game came. I think there are lots of there are questions more than answers, but a lot of the questions are related to the administration. On the field of play, we are going gaga goo some people over a draw against one of the two weakest teams in the CONCACAF octagonal. The fact is that we were able to draw with them before
with our beating stick,
and we had a 2-1 winning record against El Salvador. 10 games won, 5 games lost, and 7 draw. And so this is a team where we should have gotten 3 points. The fact of the matter is, for me, coach, I just open our Achilles heel is putting the ball in the back of the net. We cannot take our chances, and this has been a problem for 2 decades and more, because not since Dion Burton racked up those goals regularly, 4 goals in 4 games, and then Tapper Whitmore did the double against Japan, Robbie Earl. But we're not a free scoring nation, and we create a lot of chances, but we just don't know how to put them away. And that goes for both local players and British-born Jamaicans who have adopted Jamaica as their homeland.
The parish of England. The parish of England.
No, the parish of England. So
Right.
the only true killer forward that we have seen recent vintage. I mean, Marlon King was a deadly striker. James Beckford came at the end of his career. It's Mikel Antonio, and I can't stop thinking if Mikel Antonio was on the pitch last night, we would have been 2 or 3 goals at least to the good. The play was more palatable to watch than normal Reggae Boyz. I saw them trying to obviously play to instructions and play the ball out the back and play through the centre backs rather than the long hoof up the field. But when we got into the second half, the DNA and the old habits die hard went into Andre Blake and Damian Lowe respectively, and they began the long ball hoof up the field, much to the frustration of Andre Gray, particularly after Jamaica drew level and he seemed to get a pep in his step trying to grab a second. So the goalkeeping issue has to be looked at if it is that Paul all intends to play out from the back there. The CDM role, coach, Speed is not a CDM. That's just it. And what I saw...
Cataract, can I put a hole in that? Did Paul all indicate that he was using a CDM? Because it looks to me as if it was a number 8.
Well, the person was playing like a number 8. He was playing like a number 8. And
but
to be dangerous that nobody protecting your back 3. The fact is that El Salvador enjoyed the middle of the park. They ran rings around Speedy. That's what I saw. I don't know if other people saw it differently. Yes, the coach is correct, Coach Hall, that Jamaica looked like a better attacking force. And credit has to be given. My man of the match was certainly Rafael Morrison. He worked his socks off from the whistle blew. 2 players were really hard working from the whistle blow. And that was Rafael and Andre Gray. They were playing like men possessed right up to the final whistle. And so by far the man of the match. Opinions divided about Leon Bailey. I thought he had an average game, and I counted the sitter that he missed, the one-on-one chance with the keeper that he then made a difficult angle because he failed to shoot, be clinical and deadly. I count that almost like you count an own goal.
You have to say that about Andre Gray too.
No, Coach, allow me to finish. In the first minutes of the game, if that he had taken his chance, the whole complexion of the game would have changed. El Salvador would have been forced to open up and chase the game rather than in their usual compact, disciplined defensive style. So that would have been a game changer. And when you bring a player in from the Premier League, you expect him to bring you Premier League quality, and that includes quality finishing. It's unfortunate when we talk about players, we try to talk about another one. If we talk about an English player, people say, so warm to this yard man here. Andre Gray did miss a sitter. I said this in my match review program. A ball where, and it is a criticism of his that he tends to go for power when placement would be a much better option. And it's not the first time that he has done it. But the truth of the matter is that he made amends and put away the goal that gave us the equalizer. Leon Bailey did not make amends for the miss, if that's where you want to take it, Coach. Stan Kroenke for a while has been a critic of Leon Bailey. I've seen some of the things that Stan is saying. Lots of pretty 1-2s, magic touches with Javane Brown. But then when it comes to the final third and the killer decisive act, all boiled down to nothing, really. And I would love to hear what Stan Kroenke has to say. I know Craig Butler's waxing on lyrically, but the facts are the facts, and I'm just speaking about. I saw there was a number of miscontrols, etc., wayward passes. The other man of the match to me would be Adrian Mariappa. He calmed, assured, sort of reminded us now like his age, like a Chiellini, and looks like he has a couple more years under his belt for Jamaica, and felt comfortable in the back three. They never were really exposed, and he sort of harkened back to Duran Tati Brown in my estimation. On this game that I saw, it took us back to those days. I heard persons waxing on lyrically about Richard King. He's young and he shows promise. That's what I would say. But far too many times the ball given away, errant passes, but he gets the crowd excited because he shift the pressing attacker a couple of times. But I'll just say this for the record. One day, the ball is going to get taken. And he doesn't want that John Stones reputation where he lose the ball and a goal score. So it all looks good when it works out. When it doesn't work out, you will have egg on your face. And Michael and probably Stan and coach yourself who are around in 98 would think, I find it incredible that we wax on about Richard King when I don't believe that if this was any other time, he would even get a look into the Reggae Boyz side. When in 98, you had young defenders like Clifton Waugh at Harborview. There was Fowley, Donald Stewart, who were on the outside of the team looking in. He's nowhere near the level of Waugh and Fowley. Claude Davis, Damian Stupes. I don't think him in that class. And he's young, but those guys were young too. They were sniffing around the team. Chinsu, Pele, Kevin Pele Wilson, Steve Green. So when those guys were youngsters, they were knocking hard on the door. So I think a lot of work in progress, but it's a positive for King. Can work out. Javian Brown disappointed me. Not seeing those clinical crosses being whipped in. Greg Lee had one of his less effective games for Jamaica. But the man of the show for me was Ravel Morrison. It was a joy to watch him at work and on both sides of the offensive side and the defensive side. But I think Jamaica misses something when he plays so deep. Of the new people that made the debut, coach, Daniel Green, I would give him another look again. But then he started off nervous and slow. And but I give him another look because he didn't make any mistake, that would think. But you couldn't tell that he had any standout moment. Atafrai, Belgrave, and Howell, I think they are poster boys for what's wrong with the JPL. They were totally off the pace of the game. Slow. And if my eyes serve me correctly, Belgrave ran for must say about 5 minutes. He took part in the goal as he came on. He had a hand in it. And then by the 80-something minute, he was walking. He wasn't pressing. And Andre Gray was visibly upset about that. So they have to pull their socks up. I look for more people. I know that a lot of the fans who were there wanted us to use the 5 substitutes so more people could get their debut. Another player came on, but I really can't recall who he was. But
okay, I think that was Ramon Howell.
No, man, Ramon Howell. I spoke about Ramon Howell. CDN, he came on for Speedy.
Who else came on?
So we only made 2 changes?
3.
That's what I said. Bygrave, Howell, and I can't remember right now the 3rd change. But
okay.
It's something to build on. 1 point, some people were in. I can just report what people were saying around me. We were saying, well, if we were in lose and just get 1 point, we should have kept Tapper. Because it's the same thing. I can't say I 100% agree because I think we're having a more palatable style of football being watched. And I will make mention unless time comes near the end of the unfortunate incident with the JFF, but I wanted to focus on the game first. And I really think for all the talk and those who are talking, we will see the Canada match because that's when you're playing one of the powerhouses of CONCACAF. And last coach, I think it's a history. From I've been going to Reggae Boyz matches. This is the lowest turnout I've seen. I think I saw about 600 to maximum 700 people in the stadium for a World Cup qualifier.
Seriously,
It's crazy.
would you expect anything different being the stage of the campaign and where we're at?
Coach, I have been in campaigns where Jamaica has been knocked out, can't qualify, and it's never been 700 people there.
But this is a different period. There wasn't any COVID in that time.
There's COVID now?
Okay. So what you call
There were 10,000 people down at Tivoli Gardens 2 weeks ago down at Shuttlebus birthday bash. People go and spend their money where they want to spend their money.
Exactly. So that's hence the reason they were not at the match.
The fact is, coach.
Can I say a couple of things?
Yes.
Go
ahead.
Stan. I just want to make one final point. Is that I want us to answer the question of why there were only 700 people. If, as the JFF saying, this is what the footballing public wanted to see. Out with the British players, in with our local Jamaican-born Jamaicans and our local-based players. Why was this the worst turnout in the history of what I have been seeing? Stan, would love to hear you. Would love to hear Manning's man, who kept his social distance on Cataract. If they want in there, get the bad call. But we're there.
All right.
At least I saw him
before you come in, Cranky, I have a couple of things I want to say.
Yeah, coach, go ahead.
Cataract. First and foremost, the tickets were $3,000.
Yes, boss.
And if they would have opened a section of the probably the bleachers for say $1,000 or $1,500, you possibly could have had more fans. So I don't think it has nothing to do. And this is my opinion. I'm just rebutting what you said. Also, okay. Richard King, I think, was good. He's a good player. He made a few mistakes. And as I've always said, yes, you're going to have good players that make mistakes. He played a very good game against a big giant in Mexico. We seem to have forgotten about that. Leon Bailey, in my estimation, and according to my eye test and the statistics that were brought up, which was ratified by a number of stats sites, he got the highest. Hence, he would have been the man of the match in my estimation. To say Leon Bailey was average, I will not agree with that. Go ahead, Stan Cranky.
So a couple of things. So a couple of things, which is the game yesterday wasn't about outcome. The game was to see what is Paul Hall instituting in terms of style of play, how players play. The game was about introducing some fresh faces in the team, see how they perform. And Paul Hall is in a very interesting situation, which is he needs to substantiate and demonstrate why he should be the coach. And you negate that by introducing new faces who may not be at the same level as the people who played previously. So you're conflicted as a coach because if I play new players, I'm not going to get results. And they're going to say, well, you know what? You're no better than the previous coach. Then that's going to negate what I'm trying to achieve, which is to secure the position. Then I can really try to move the program forward. So it's a tough spot to be in. But look, he's trying, right? And the question being asked is he an upgrade from Kappa? Well, yes, communication-wise, he is. Because I can understand what he's saying. So, yes, from a communication standpoint, he's an upgrade. Strategically, tactically, how we play, I'm not sure I see a material difference in that, actually. But, and as Cataract said, El Salvador is not the best team in the region, even though I think they have more points than us. But I thought we played well enough yesterday, given the players who we have. Now, it's very clear that none of the players have potential. I think if we think about the players individually, I thought Green had a very slow start. I was a little bit frustrated watching him play and not exercising and demonstrating the attributes that he has, because obviously he must have them. That's why he's on the field. I thought Gray. You can't hear me.
Mine Balakar here, you know.
No. But I'm not afraid of Balakar. I thought Gray in the first half was running in mud, because Gray's been running in mud for a while now. Not the same Gray I saw Watford when he's playing with Troy Deeney. Huh?
It seemed that way to me as well. Like he was having some trouble.
He looks like he's
alluded
heavy.
To the fact that the pitch was heavy though.
No, Gray's been running heavy for a little while now. He's not the same Gray I know play at Watford and play with Troy Deeney, and he's not. He's put on a few. He's put on some age, but he's also put on some weight. But he still has some of the good attributes of a forward. I thought this was Bailey's best game by a mile, actually. And even in the goal, I thought the reason why he didn't take the goal the way he should, but just open his body up and go far post, was they thought the keeper was expecting that. He did a good job of really clearing the keeper. I'm not sure if he stumbled, because he's two-footed in some respects. He's not just a left footer. So I don't know what happened after he passed the keeper. Somehow he got discombobulated and didn't score, which actually, as Cataract said, would probably have changed the game. So then El Salvador would really have to press upfield, which would leave them more exposed, actually. But I thought, you didn't need a CDM when you're playing 3 at the back. You're playing 4 across. I don't think you need a true CDM. I don't think the CDM was a solution yesterday. I thought we played well overall. It's probably the first game we have had such close possession stats with the opposition. I think we had 49, they had 51 or something in that range. When we played them the last time,
we had 51.
We had 51. We had 51, yeah. Right. So we played them the last time, they had much more of the possession than we did. So at least you can see, and people don't realize that Ravel is a ball. Ravel just loved the football. He loves to be the maestro. He loved to be the one who's dictating play. And so he started with upfield yesterday, and he came back deeper and deeper and deeper because he wanted to be on the ball. And I hear people say Speedy loved to play with him. Of course, because Speedy gave him all the ball that he wants. When Speedy gets it, he plays 1-2 with him. And if I'm a midfielder, that's what I want.
And that's what he said, he loves playing with Speedy.
Of course, because Speedy's going short. Speedy has a good long pass in his legs, but he doesn't really go long that much. He goes short a bit, and he plays 1-2 with Ravel. We know Ravel a baller. Even though some people at the inception of his campaign didn't think so. Sort of remind who said that. But, some people can see talent a mile away and recognize talent and identify talent and try to promote the talent. But others who have been watching football for a long time wear binoculars and can't see really well. Like they're the awestruck. But anyway, we won't call names. But look, Richard King is a good player. And I know Cataract is right. He's going to pay the price for trying to beat his man all the time. But you know what? You got to take risk in life. I thought he did really well yesterday. He found Green with a really good long ball. He beat his man a couple of times to make plays upfield. He got frustrated when he beat a couple of players and he got fouled, didn't get the call, and he lashed out to the referee. He has to learn to exercise composure when you're playing football at that level. Because you're not a recognized sport, the ref is going to penalize you. It doesn't work that way. And his frustration showed, and it affected his game for a little while until he calmed down later. But I think the kid has potential, and we have to promote those kids who have potential, and hopefully he can continue because he hasn't had a bad game as yet. In the 3 games I've seen him play, he hasn't played a bad game, which bodes well for him going forward. So I have been impressed with King and hope he continues. I think Mariapa's time is up, Cataract. I don't care. I watched Mariapa. He's lucky. He ain't had no pressure yesterday. There was one ball that got through the middle where he's nowhere close on, where Javed Brown came and clear it. I think that's why we have different perspective, but we see things differently in football. I think Mariapa's best days are behind him. I also think Lowe's best days are coming behind him too, because I know people say Lowe has a high percentage passing. How many long passes does Lowe make that reach his target? Rare, if ever. And that's not good for a center back who has time on the ball to try to at least let your forwards compete for the ball, not just kick the ball aimlessly and put pressure on yourself. He's physical, he's athletic, so that would always get him out of trouble. Also gets him in trouble sometimes. I thought he did okay, but I do think if King comes into play, defeat the team, Pinnock is playing, Moore is playing, I think Lowe's game is under threat. even though a lot of people in the country will think otherwise. I think his game is under threat. But I think what Paul Hall should be doing is stop focusing on result and get some assurance from the JFF that I'm going to get the job, and play the other players who you bring into the team. Play the Jimenez and the Pierce. Play the young players. Let them get some exposure. Let them get a taste. Let them feel what it's like to play at that level. Stop, trying to appease spectators, appease people. Who cares? You're trying to build a team for the future, not trying to play old guards. And yes, you can't just discard everyone who has played previously, but you really have to give a good balance and making sure the kids get exposure. So I know we have a lot of people on the panel that have been dictating, like Cataract does. I have that disease of talking too long, so I'll give up my time, coach, or somebody else can jump in.
Yeah, man. What's it? You're a sure sport.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
let me read this before. You are sure. Javon is saying 1 minute a play is good, another moment they are crap, especially with most Jamaicans, and I agree with that totally. God forbid Ravel has a bad game next time around. They will forget his performance yesterday. Go ahead, Mannings.
Yeah, so I mean, my perspective on the game, and everybody, sees things differently. So I thought Bailey should have done better on the goal, but I also believe this is, like, in terms of games for Jamaica, I think this is probably the second good performance I've seen him had for Jamaica. Still believe there's a lot more he has to offer, not only in his play, but I think he was out there encouraging and directing play, which is important. Cranky also made a very important point, because when you play, the persons who understand the game, that certain formations don't require like a CDM, in just like certain formation doesn't demand that you play what you call a number 10, attacking midfielder. You can play with two attacking mids and have them play as 8, depending on how you play. So how we started out the game was with 3 center backs and 4 across the middle. So we never needed, because the 4 across the middle, they were just covering on each side, right? That is important to remember, because one of the El Salvadorian team, when we played them, their best play came down the flanks. So it was clear that the coach wanted them to come through the middle and play 3 central defenders, because he figured that would be hard for them to break us down. They had one shot in the first half from around 25 yards out, and they had the head-on goal. They really never created any other opportunity in the game to score. So what we did, it worked. All right. There needs to be a lot of improvement. Richard King is the only defender, yes, with the exception of Javian Brown, who had that square, who made more than one pass into the forwards that created opportunity. That he was the one who played that ball into Mikel and into Gray from defense. He cut inside, pass the player, played into Gray. Gray turned and flicked it down to. So he is the one defender who does that. He was also part of the build-up play, even in the goal, and a couple other plays. So he's a young player. I didn't like the fact that he reacted the way that he did, but when he got yellow carded, as a young player, he still went into tackles, and he never got a next card. And that, so though you blame him for the yellow card, when you see a 19-year-old about to turn 20, playing on a yellow card, and still making tackles, still being brave, still being bold, that's important. In fact, when we were chasing the game, the coach did not move Damian Lowe because he changed the formation. He moved Richard King into midfield. And he's on a yellow card. That again is showing that there is a level of maturity in him. All right. It was also clear that the team approach in the first half was different from in the second half. In the first half, Greg Lee, I think, put one ball in the box because I think the Jamaican team were just setting up to ensure that El Salvador don't come down the right. And I think that affected Green going forward a whole lot. He had some bad touches, but I think he had a brilliant head. When the team got freer in the second half, he kicked a shot at goal, a ball that came across, he kicked it at goal, keeper made a save, and he had a brilliant header. So you see bits and pieces of talent. I also disagree. I don't believe that Bygrave was tired. When Bygrave came on, the team moved into a 2-forward situation. Andre Gray said to him, you go inside and I will go outside. And Andre Gray, I think, made a couple of bursts. So that was, you could tell that was the plan. Listen, so you do press this time, and then I go inside. Next time around, you do press, I go inside. And they did that a couple of times. I don't know that the player was tired, but we all see things from different perspectives. But to me, like I said, I had a hope some man come when they go score and see what is and complaining. At the end of the day, listen, it is El Salvador. Yes, but if they had defeated us, people would be here saying that me telling us that this side not good. Me telling us that I can't trust in them players here. Me telling us right, the team draw now. Well, don't really make much of it because it's El Salvador.
And Manning, sorry to continue in a argument. But one thing I said earlier when persons made mention of this, I indicated that once they get a team when not good, you're not supposed to play them better than normal, even if you not beat them. Because I see Man City running rings around some teams that are low end teams. Sometimes them draw and sometimes them beat them. So if we get a team that is so-called one of the worst teams in the competition, I would think that we should have a good performance against them. Because I don't think the coach, as Stan Kroenke said, was mainly looking at the result. He said in an interview when the game ended that he did not tell the players to go out and win. He did not tell the players to go out and draw the game. He told them to go out and enjoy and play good football. Performance. Continue, Mannings, if you're never.
Yeah, and I will end with this. That Jamaica had 17 shots. Right, 17. I think 5 on target. Now, I checked. Listen, this is like history. This is the first time playing in any of the top CONCACAF teams. This includes Mexico, all of those teams, that Jamaica has had so many shots in 20 years.
That's a fact.
Go and check it. Wow. In 20 years.
So Marins, I want to say something. Is the game won a number of shots? Or does it... Hold on, I want to ask. Or does it still underline the point that I have made, which says, throughout the last 20 years, we have created a lot of chances. We just can't put them away.
No, but I wasn't really countering your thing with the shots.
No, not countering it. I'm asking. I mean, it's good to see 17 shots. It got the fans blowing the vuvuzela. But at the end of the day, if a team gets 17 shots, only 5 on target, and only score 1 goal, and the match ends in a draw, that means they're not efficient in terms of your conversion.
But what I'm saying though is that we are coming from a place where the other team was having 17 shots on target and we were having 1. Yeah, we played a game where we had 17. And so all I'm saying is that even if it is not a win, there is improvement. And I want people to remember this. The last time Jamaica won a World Cup qualifying game in Jamaica was 2012. And we defeated Antigua by 4-1. All right. So since 2012, with all the players that we have had, all the better forwards, all the better defenders, we have not won a home game since 2012. That means
I don't agree with that. We have won a home game. We just have been credited with that win. We beat the US 2-1. just didn't get the win.
I think I can reconcile.
Why think we have VAR? We have VAR because we beat the US 2-1. I don't care what anybody tell me. We beat the US 2-1. It's not disputable. We just didn't get the game.
So we are 3 points less than we're supposed to be.
No, 2 points because the game dropped. Coach, 2 points.
I was going to say that I can reconcile what Manning's man is saying and what Cataract is saying in this way. I think essentially, what we saw from the game yesterday was a system, a transition. The team was playing with, a purpose in mind. We saw their strategy. We could discern that. It resulted in more shots than we usually take, because usually the shots that we have been taking in this campaign is a result of a long ball or some kind of mistake or something like that. Whereas, this time around, we saw that transition. We saw what perhaps they orchestrated in training being played out on the field. And I think, for me, that is the most encouraging sign. Although I do agree with the fact that, you are as good as your competition. So let us see if they can, let's see if it will stick with them against Canada. Because even if they lose to Canada, right, if they continue to play with this type of discipline and stick to the plan, I will still give them credit for that.
Yeah, I think the Canada game is going to be a good test for us, actually. Because I think El Salvador allowed us to play. And I've always said, any footballer, they get room to play, and they're good footballers, they're going to look good. So the question is, when you get pressure, and we don't really handle pressure really well when we get pressure. That's why we don't keep the ball down. So I'm curious to see when we play against Canada, and if they're pressing us, how we responded to it. Because Ravel and Speedy had much time yesterday in the middle, and so they had time to dictate the play. The question is, when you're under pressure, it's not as easy to do so. So I'll be curious to see how we play against Canada, actually.
Stan, can I piggyback, if I may, coach's desk, if I may, panelists? There's the elephant in the room, and it's about time we tackle it, address it, bring it down, or keep it on its feet. Entirely up to you. Paul Hall, with this particular selection and the narrative that I've been picking up from London, England, is this: Leon Bailey, Sean, feels good. The egos have gone, and the current reborn Reggae Boyz team has landed. It includes or omits many of the parish players from England. I saw Warren Webster in the comment section say that unless we get our under 17s or under 20s, under 21s in order, we're going to always have problems parachuting in players. My question is, and the elephant in the room is, going forward, do you think that Paul Hall will work with this patched up, omissions heavy selection, use his pattern of play going forward? And the elephant in the room is, without arguably our greatest crop of talent, largely based in the parish of England, they could continue to be omitted, including at the under 17 and 20 and 21 levels. So in terms of building and going forward, this particular window seems to be producing a narrative whereby we can get by without the DJs, the Bobby Reeds, the Antonios, the Jamal Lows, and so on and so on and so on, let alone the under 20s and catch-ups in the building. Kronk, you know where I'm coming from, Manning's man, Neo, coaches. There's a database, a phalanx, a list as long as your arm can reach of players that I've been hearing about. This player is ready, this player is ready, and they're all in the parish of England.
But
panel,
so I'll say a couple of things. One is, go ahead.
Hold on, Cranky. Let me just say that Paul Hall did also say that when he was asked about if the persons that did not play in this game, if they are going to be coming back, essentially, that I'm not stating it verbatim. However, he responded by saying, what we saw on the field is what he's going to be working with. And it could be a situation where if they continue to do well, then it's going to be very difficult for these others to get back in. Essentially, that's what I gathered from what he's saying. So I'm just responding to what Richard is saying. But go ahead, Cranky.
So a couple of things. We have no idea who Bailey was talking about. I know the first thing people are going to jump on is that it's the English-based players. I think to the contrary, but I'll let him come out and express that. And if Bailey's going to talk about egos, I'm not sure anybody has a bigger ego than Bailey and his whoever supports him, frankly. So everybody has ego. When you reach a certain level, if you don't have ego, I'm not sure how you get to that level in the first place. You got to have self-confidence and there's a fine margin between arrogance, self-confidence, ego, and all of that. So I won't say who has ego from that, but I think it does suggest that there's some dissension in the camp. Is it English-based players or English-developed players, or is it local-developed players who are now playing overseas? Because what I saw in Florida was the English-developed players were giving some problems on the field and cursing about taking free kicks and all that. It was local-developed players who were playing overseas. So that needs to be clarified. He needs to come out and clarify what he was talking about. Because then inference is going to be made and people are going to be making suppositions about who he's referring to. I doubt it was English-based players. But you never know, right? It could be a combination. And frankly, look, people don't realize that Paul Hall is between a rock and a hard place. Because a lot of people in the Jamaican public, along with the administration, want local players to be in the team. That's a fact. That's not even disputable. And then he's going to be judged based on his performance and record. And as a coach, you want the best team, not necessarily the best players, the best team. They have best chemistry, ability to implement and carry out your instructions and your system get implemented the way you want it to. So that may not necessarily be the best players, but at least, as we know across the world, if you have the best players and you mold them really well, you probably have the best chance of winning. I don't think that's even disputable. So we'll see what he does. But as I've said before, Paul Hall's first job is to get the job. And do what you need to do, Paul. And management have had this debate, right? Which is Paul Hall's first job to me is to get the job. When you get the job, then you can't make changes from the outside. You gotta that's why I see people sometimes compromise a lot of things that they have to do to get access. And then when you get access, you can make changes, you can effect change from inside. You can't do it from outside. It's not happening. So you first has to get the job, then figure out who I need to be part of my squad, my team, make changes. And if he's getting results, he can bring other people in, while at the same time, maybe try to satisfy the administration and some people in the general public. But I think he's in a very tough spot. And look, nobody's saying that we shouldn't have local-based players in the team. What I know people have normally said is we want the best team. If you have a passport, you're Jamaican, you're the best team. And my hope is that we have the right mixture, the right construct, and we go out and put the team on the field that can make us all proud. That's all we want. Like, we don't really care who play. I don't care who play. I should speak for myself. I just want us to win, go up the ranking, win the various competitions, Nations League, Gold Cup, qualify for World Cup. That's all I'm focused on. And whichever way we accomplish that, so long as we are really being fair in what we do and how we do it, then I think people will be supportive.
All right. So let me see what Neo is saying. Neo, you want to elaborate on that? What you placed in the chat?
Man, I just I'm sorry, I was just typing. I think that the irony is that Paul Hall for me is like the representation of the physical manifestation of a bridge between the UK and Jamaica, meaning that he spends time there, he spends time in Jamaica as well. And I think that the truth of the matter is that we get caught up in with this argument about Jamaican players versus the players in the parish of England. We have logistical issues with respect to how we get players there to come to Jamaica, about camps in Jamaica that those players have a difficulty getting to. These are all logistical issues. And then, floating in the clouds above that is the idea that we have a federation that is not truly, the suspicion that we have a federation that is not truly neutral with respect to their respect and desire to have players from the United Kingdom as well as the players in Jamaica, for whatever reasons, whether or not people accuse, whether it's accurate or inaccurate, that players are being called up because they're being marketed, about the federation's influence on in selecting the team. All of those things are happening. To me, Paul Hall needs to serve as that bridge where he says to the GFF, and he also makes an effort to have a coaching presence not only in Jamaica but also in England, where you can have camps for Jamaicans who happen to live in England. You can have trials. You can keep an eye on both places. In fact, we need to build a bridge to the United States as well. There's no reason why we can't do this. But what ends up happening is that we get caught up in the debate about where the players come from, and we cut off with nose to spite with face, and then keep on going through this thing again. Other countries have managed to do this seamlessly. They access talent wherever it is, right? And they somehow they keep a track of them. Somehow they manage to keep the teams together, to select them for under 20, to bring them up through the ranks until they get to the World Cup qualifications. This is something that we can do too. This issue is a management issue. This issue is something that has a lot to do with the federation as well as the coach. But this is an issue that really needs to be debated and sorted out. And let me just put this little plug in again, Coach. I've been promising that I'm rewriting, or I'm doing a draft of a new proposal for the bylaws for the federation. Turns out it is harder than I thought, I will confess. Turns out that I'm not at home, so I don't have access to all the information I wish I had. But I really and truly sincerely believe that there are things that can be written into the bylaw. There are organizational changes that can be made that would make these things possible. And so again, I just implore everybody to give thought to those things rather, how do you put these plans in place? What are the managerial things that we need to do? What are the things that the GFF must be required to do in the bylaws in order to have this done? So that that's just my comment on that issue.
So I'll say one thing, Neil, that you mentioned, which is Paul Hall being a bridge. I have heard Paul Hall says nothing since he assumed the role to suggest he's a bridge. In fact, he sounded more like a grenade than a bridge.
Well, all right, so let me just respond to Cranky. So Cranky, listen, that may be true. I am saying that Paul Hall needs to find it within himself to be that bridge. And in fact, when he came to Jamaica way back in the past, that was him making the first step. And thank God that they came. It allowed us to go to the World Cup. Now that the talent that was here before didn't allow us to go there. All I'm saying is that people have to dig deep. I know that he's here. I know that he's the coach. He needs to also remember that a few good men, from the parishes overseas can also make a difference. And so I'm saying he may not be singing that Sankey right now, but I would implore him to do it, because we cannot leave that talent on the table. We need that talent that is there. We need to access all the things we can do to be the best we can be.
So I'll say a couple of things. One is when Paul Hall played for us, we didn't have that proliferation of talent in the UK of Jamaican lineage as we do today. It's materially different between then and now. And secondly, Paul Hall was never a star, so I'm sure he couldn't have had that ego that some of these Premier League players are going to have. And that ego is developed from a very young age. You tell how good you are, and manifests itself when you are playing at the highest level. So people have to understand that all these players we talk about, at least a lot of them, do have egos. Some may be more try to be more humble than others. So that shouldn't be the way of judging whether or not somebody's committed or they want to play for you. Otherwise, you got to figure out how to work with the talent you have and the egos that you have. Because think about it, you play for Real Madrid, for example. You don't think all those 20-something players all have egos? They're all superstars, but for their national teams and go for their team. A good coach will figure out how to blend those players, how to manage those egos, how to have to work them collectively.
Yeah. But he made mention of some hotheads too, Cranky.
But Jamaicans are hotheads by nature, coach.
Yeah.
Coach, we are talking about, coach. Aren't we hothead by nature?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, how many players on the team, whether it's Bailey or Nicholson or Femo or King, you see more recently, we are naturally hotheads. That's who we are. It's not,
yeah,
it's
but
not a surprise.
if you have a team filled with hotheads, you're gonna give the coach more psychological work for than technical work.
Yeah, you got coach. You got to know what you're undertaking. You have to know what you're getting involved in. That coach.
Well, what I think,
so probably that's why I'm a weed out some of them.
What I think, coach, is first for me. I feel like Paul Hall, because he was around the team, there were certain things that he didn't agree with in how they were done and how players acted.
Yes.
And he has come in and said, listen, the first thing that I have to do is to change the culture. So I think Paul Hall will recruit people from all over. And I have this confidence that the kind of players that he's going to look for are the kind of players that fit the mold, like he and Dean Burton. And this year I agree with Cranky and the Fitzroy Simpson. What that means to me is he may work harder to get a championship player, as an example, but I don't say, right, over a player, probably the EPL. Not because the EPL player is not better. The EPL player is better. But I feel like the kind of his expectations will probably be easier found and matched in the player in the EPL. So it kind of says to me that when you see him bring in a player, that player is going to be around for the long haul from the continue performing. This idea that, okay, who wants to come, I think he's going to change that. All right, you have a passport, come, you get a, I don't see him operating like that. I also see him like, listen, if he calls you for a friendly and you don't turn up, he may just
not call you again.
Well, he will call you back, but he wants you to know that next time I call you, you need to turn up, because for the next set of games, I'm not going to call you. So don't think you're indispensable. You are not.
So my next one. Yeah. Couple of things. One is, let's think about this. So first of all, we have to create a program that people want to be involved with, right? You got to create a program where, you know what, everyone is dying to be part of your program. It's like what Arteta is doing at Arsenal. He's getting rid of almost the entire previous team he had because we weren't having success. Yeah. He's bringing his own people. He's building from the back. He's changed the culture materially. He's basically saying there's one boss here, and I'm going to bring in talent, right? That's what he's trying to do. And that's what Paul Hall may be trying to do. Yeah. But I will say this, though, is unless you create a program where people can see the trajectory of where you're going, what you're doing, how you're doing it, and can see success at the end of the rainbow. Think about people in Europe want to play Champions League if you're a good player. We have to be the team in the region. We can say, you know what? I want to play for this team because they have good players, they have good structure, things work really well, it's seamless. I know what I'm getting involved in. And frankly, man, I'll just say my last point on this, which is this. There's a war on talent when it comes to football nowadays. A war going on. And so unless you can demonstrate you have a good program for me to come play with you, I'll probably just stay home and not be bothered. Because you know what? I may be 7, 8 people to run down the ladder, but Southgate's going to call me. I get to call Michael Peters, with the kid from Crystal Palace. He's going to call me at some point. I may never play for them again, but at least I'm going to have to recognize it England International. Versus come to a small country way across the world, I got to fly 9 hours, and we go lose. Why would I want to do that?
But Cranky, in terms of creating a program that players want to be a part, it also starts with the administration. It's not only on the field of play and what the coach is doing.
So I think, look, if I was Paul Hall,
hold on, Manning's attack. Mr. Like Manning's attack. I mean, we're not here.
Must sing. He's on a call. I don't know.
I think he's on a call somewhere. I think he's doing
I'm trying to. I'm after doing like cranky, right? I say everything and then afterwards you actually hear it.
Because in computer freeze up, it looks like.
That really is.
Hey, man, it's a something,
I can see my picture, and about 2 minutes afterwards, when I come up and I'm remonstrating and doing all sort of stuff.
Right now, you're in a recline position.
But Manning's man, I'm watching you on my iPad, so mind yourself. I watch it on my iPad.
So cranky and Manning's man. I just have to object because, I mean, listen, you're gonna have a situation where there are egos in the team that maybe they're disruptive to the team, and it might be better to let them be and let them go their way. And I understand that, a coach saying, you know what, you're no good for the team. I'm not gonna be calling you back. On the other hand, it is, I don't know, it's an affront to me that there would be talent in the EPL or wherever, and our coach would say, you know what, those guys are stars. It's likely that they have big egos. And to be honest, as Cranky said, you probably have to have a big ego to get to those places because a lot of those players need a lot of confidence. But let me not bother look there because that's not the type of person I want. I want somebody like me who came from a lower league who I can mold. Certainly you're going to find a player like that from time to time, but I don't think that we're in a situation where we can be having a prejudgment as to whether or not we're going to get those type of players. To me, again, it has to do with the coach, how he's going to manage those personalities, and whether or not you might come across somebody who it's not worth it for them to be in the team. But again, there's this dynamic that we're having. The tug of war between what's happening at home, the players that are born and bred on Jamaican soil versus the players who are out there in the diaspora in the different parishes overseas. The fact of the matter is that I still see them all as Jamaicans. And I think that if we don't find a way to have coaching outreach and serious recruitment in those places and a program put in place to have that on a continuous basis, that we're shooting ourselves in the leg. We're coming to a fight with one hand tied behind our back. We're gonna have to find a way to do that, and it can be done. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Other people are doing it.
Well, I think let me just add to my point because I don't want to be misunderstood. Because and Cranky used the example of Arsenal, and there are many players that Arteta wanted, but because of the position of the team, he could not get those players. So the point I'm making is that some of the players that we think would be good for the team, because he's building something, they are not going to come now. Because he has to create that system. Therefore, he's going to find players, which is what Arteta has done. Arteta has managed to have some level of success by getting players that even the Arsenal fans said they didn't want. There are going to be some of those players in this building process that we're going to say, we don't want them. But he's going to get the best out of them because they fit what he wants to accomplish. And this is where I agree with Cranky that when you do that, and you begin to have success, now it's probably easier for Arteta to approach somebody and say, listen, here is what we have built. Because not every top player want to come in the building stage, no matter how pretty the picture look. They want to know that the foundation has been laid, that blocks are already stacking up. So I think that is where I'm at. In the initial stages, some of the players that we are saying that, yes, he should go after, they are not going to come because everything seems like confused. Paul Hall will have to, probably find some local talent, some lower league talent, build what he wants, and when people begin to see that, they come onto it. But right now, I don't think some of that is going to be possible. And if we use the Arsenal example.
Well,
So
but Frankie, maybe I'll say this quickly, please.
Okay.
It is, I agree with you. I don't think we're that far apart. But let me just say this much. It is, we had people out there who wanted to play for us.
I don't know that, O'Neil. That is my problem. I don't. No.
Let me just finish the point.
No, what I'm saying, O'Neil, is that I always want to qualify that because I want proof. Like when we say people out there, because it sounds like a lot of people out there who wanted to play for Jamaica. So that is what I want to know. Who
so
they are.
Let me say there is Pinnock, right? There is why am I forgetting his name? Captain Jamaica. Keep forgetting his name right now. Antonio, yeah. There are guys of that. Well, so those two guys in particular, right? There are other people. Now, I mean, you're questioning whether or not those rumors are true. I can't verify that they are not. But all I want to say is that there seem to have been talent out there interested in playing for Jamaica, who may have been purposely sidelined because either the previous coach didn't want them, or their passport issues, or So listen, I don't know to what extent all of that is true, but I know that where there's smoke, there's usually fire. Some of it may be true, but I'm just saying that I agree with you. You want a program that people want to come to. I agree with you that the big stars might need some convincing. They want to see that you have something good in place. I have been saying that all along. You understand? Which is why I was hoping that we did well this time, because the fact of the matter is that, the better we do is the more people we're going to attract, is the more we're going to establish that pipeline from the diaspora back into Jamaica and from Jamaica out into the diaspora. For me, the better we do is the more opportunities the local players will have to get in terms of transfers overseas, and is the more overseas players will want to come back to Jamaica to contribute. And if we have that pipeline, if we have that railroad, nothing can stop it. You understand? And so I'm saying that in order for that to be created, that is an administrative issue, right? For first and foremost. But it also takes the coach to be able to see that vision and want it. Now, where the bad eggs give you bad excuses and they don't turn up, push them aside. As you guys have pointed out, there are lots of people of Jamaican descent on and off the island, who may be eligible. But sorry, Cranky, you can go ahead.
Now, a couple of things. One is, when I was in Florida and we went to the Gold Cup, there was a free kick was supposed to be taking one of the games, and a player didn't get to take the free kick. And I'm not sure the cameras picked this up or the volume get picked up, but the player's behavior was unconscionable. Like, the player lost his mind. He was cursing vociferously. He just went off. And I think Lowe was one of the person who says, no, maybe the coach had made a decision about who should take the free kick. And I sat there watching this thinking, why wouldn't he just calm down? He's cursing. He's just going off just because he gets to take a free kick. So I'm sure there's some, and I heard someone else got, that same, carried on the same way, an overseas player who was playing in Jamaica in another game that was played. So there's obviously some dissension in the camp in terms of how some people's behavior. And I'm sure it resonates with some players different than with others, right? Some may just blow it off. Others may take it much more personal in terms of how they view things. But Minzy said something earlier, which is, we talk about what the coach needs to do. But the question is for everyone, which is, if the administration is not performing their part, because this year to me was one of the best times in history to really sort of split, given what happened after the Euro. People in the UK were very upset. Some people had nothing to do with the so-called motherland or the Queensland. They would have been really ripe for you to really go in, if you're really, really organized, to articulate to them why they should be part of your program versus trying to pursue program in England. And even some of the younger kids, actually, who are doing well in the academies, would have been able to influence them. We didn't take advantage of that. We're here disputing amongst ourselves, fighting amongst ourselves, versus not seeing the bigger picture. So you would hope going forward that if Paul Hall can really steady the ship and get the program in the right direction, he also have the leadership in the administration to help him trying to achieve his objective. It doesn't make sense Paul Hall is doing great on the field and then players are, dissuaded from coming, are perturbed about what's happening administratively, logistically, and that affects their ability or their desire to play for the team. You really have to have everyone all marching in the same, in the same line, marching to the same drum beat, and working in tandem, which is the players, the coach, and the administration, the program to be successful. And we have talked about this ad nauseum since we've been having these programs about who is foreign and who is local. That stuff needs to go away. We pick the best players from the best available players, or let me rephrase that. We pick the best team from the players who we have available who want to play for the team. But we also have to realize that like every other sport in every other country, in any discipline, you have to recruit exceptional talent. It's no different from business. In the technology space nowadays, there's a war on talent for SMEs, exceptional talent. You gotta pay more to get them. You have to give them more, more bonus. You have to engage them more. You have to pursue them more, like you're pursuing, to bring them to your organization. That's why we have exceptional talent in the world. Most of us, including yours truly, are probably average in nature, but there are people who are exceptional. And that's why PSG has to play Neymar, 40-something million? And Messi was getting paid 50, was getting paid 30 million, and everybody else getting paid their 6-7 million. Exceptional talent is got to be treated differently because the world is not equitable in a lot of different ways. And it's not about unfairness, which is we compensate you, we pay you, we engage you based on how you differentiate yourself. And if you're going to bring more to the organization, to the victor goes the sports. So we do have to think about when we're going to recruit, like, you know what? If it's 5 championship players and then no better players in Jamaica, then you know what? You got to figure out which ones you pick because they are very similar. But if you have, I wouldn't use Mikel Antonio as the benchmark. If you have a player, like Raheem Sterling, for example, you may have to spend more time with him, cajole him to come play for you versus someone else. So we just got to think about those things as we go through building the program, trying to change the program.
Panelists, I'm going to be making a move very shortly. I'd like to just say good night to Formula. I saw you for the watch along. How you doing, sir? You good?
Yeah, man, I'm alive and well, man. I'm alive, so I'm great.
Richard, a night old at 4:30 in the morning. You're morning old, Richard, morning old.
you don't know, Cranky. You don't know. But I'm gonna try and get some rest. But it's really been good seeing you. The last time, really good to see you. The last time I saw you, you were on I Am Sure with Manning's Man, and you had a telephone conversation. Coach Minzy and Cataract piped in, and yes, you laugh, yeah, man. So I might just stay on for the last few minutes and then I'll wave goodbye. But that was in keeping with this current discussion. We're asking the hard questions and we're seeking some of the hard answers. I know Formula will have his ideas, but Crunk, that was a seismic moment, sir.
Yeah, yes. Manning's Man does create seismic moments. Especially where I am concerned.
I had really jumped on though. I didn't plan on staying long. I don't know if you guys had spoken to this earlier on in the stream, but I really want to ask a question. In terms of Paul Hall's comments, right? Basically questioning commitment. Seeing, what are our thoughts in terms of, do we think that it was right for Paul Hall to say that in the press conference? Because I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, I think Paul Hall was just looking at it from the perspective of his relations with the players and in terms of trying to establish a certain culture within the ranks. But I don't think he really gave any thought to how the comments would affect the fans and how much division it would create amongst the entire Jamaican footballing fraternity. So I want to know if you guys think that the comments were a good thing, or the comments, do you think it was right for Paul Hall to make those comments in spite of what he genuinely feels inside, or do we think it was a mistake for Paul Hall to make those comments?
Well, I don't know if it was a mistake for him, because he repeated it in the post game interview with one of the journalists, saying that about commitment, but him not want to talk about them. He has to talk about who is there and so forth, so forth. So I don't think it's a mistake. I don't know if he knows the effect that it would have had, and there was no room for damage control. But I think it is actually coming from a place of being disappointed, of being upset. I use the point. I don't know if this was what happened. He batted for them because remember the federation boss said that it was going to be difficult for them to find the money to bring them in the last window. I think Paul Hall batted for them, and the excuses some of them gave, the reasons for them not being able to be there, I think they basically threw a wrench in his spoke, so to speak, and it really got him upset. Let
me say this.
That's my thought on it.
Let me just give my quick thoughts. Listen, this is going to sound really harsh, but it is the real truth. All right?
What is truth? But speak.
Here's the truth. Paul don't care about what you think as fans right now about English. He's not thinking that when he's speaking. It's really not that important to him. Because he ain't coming to know much right now anyways. He don't even care who comes to much.
Mannings, it's not only the fans in Mannings, it's the entire Jamaican footballing fraternity.
No. You have no proof of that. You can't tell me that the entire Jamaican football fraternity. I
don't think you get what I'm saying in terms of the possible impact.
No, listen. There's no impact on the entire football fraternity in Jamaica.
It can possibly be.
It could possibly. I am telling you that there's no. Listen. I am going to go to JPL game and do video, and nobody now bring up nothing where I care about that.
No, but Mannings, you don't think that they are that individuals in the Jamaican footballing fraternity is listening to every word and internalizing every word that Paul Hall.
Give me one name of one person in the Jamaica football fraternity in any place of in any that is bothered by what he said. Give me one.
No, I don't know. Hold on.
Give me one name.
What when we talk about Jamaican footballing fraternity, what exactly? Who are we referring to?
No,
I'm referring to all. Then I got expound now, boss. I am referring to I am referring to all stakeholders who play a meaningful role.
Remember that.
The diaspora as well.
All right,
so we're talking about fans, we're talking about individuals in the clubs, whether players, whether staff of clubs, owners of clubs, fans, administrators,
let me answer. What Paul Hall said has no ripple effect on any club in Jamaica or any players in any club in Jamaica right now. So I would love to know the people it have an effect on.
No, when I said division in Mannings, I don't think you get what I'm saying in Mannings. When I said division, I mean in terms of a division, because this local born versus UK born thing.
The man didn't say anything about local baseball.
So can I jump in?
I know that Mannings, but
I think
can I jump in for a second?
It is
formula.
Can I jump in for a second?
Mannings is that the implication that it would have on the persons who already don't like the our brothers and from over in the parish of England. That's the implication, I think.
So can I jump in, Coach? Can I jump in for a second?
Crank, I need to say something quickly. All right, Paul Hall said, and he called names. He mentioned some players, and he said the excuse that they gave, they have disappointed me. If you,
they were disappointing.
Disappointing. He went on to say, listen, he wants people who want to put Jamaica first. He didn't say people in England. He didn't say people in America. No, let me finish. If somebody takes
Mannings, we can't agree upon a point there, because it was specifically towards those players,
Yeah. Well, he was
no. To be fair to Mannings, To be fair to Mannings,
because I know other players.
About Boza.
That's what I'm going to say to you. There are other players that he was referring to outside of players from England who are born in Jamaica.
But Mannings, what I'm saying, Mannings,
So he put the whole of them in a one big bungle and said,
Mannings,
anyone on local or overseas, who when me call on no turn up.
He never expressly said that though, Mannings.
But
immediately, a lot of people jump towards the UK born him attack.
Exactly, at the English parish them attack.
Watch this.
So can I jump in?
A lot of people don't really analyze the thing too deep for say,
no, but Formula, you keep saying a lot of people. The lot of people you're talking about are the people who come on the forums on YouTube. Tell me, give me one person.
Can I say something, Mannings? Can I show you how it could really impact?
So can I just referee this discussion? Can I just referee this discussion? So guys,
just answer one question for me. One question, and I won't say anything more.
Correct.
One question, Formula. You keep talking about people. Give me one name outside of YouTube who has any influence in football that you perceive, you believe, you see, you know, you think that is impacted by what Paula said. Just one name.
I'm going to answer your question and then I'm going to say something.
Right, cool.
See, first of all, I watch Coach's Desk and see Coach's Desk videos get tens of thousands of views. I have had videos myself that has had tens of thousands of views, right? All of those people have a material impact on the football when them sets a bomb for go buy a ticket for go to the stadium. But Mannings, the leader is here. I am sure the leader would have been in discussion. I'm sure knows that the leader in a private.
So I'm going to interject
about this very
I'm going to interject.
Cranky, can I just please say this quickly, Cranky, before I go? Sorry to cut you, Cranky.
As soon as you finish Formula, London, England, gone.
No, but I want to say this though. Look at the division between the UK-born Jamaicans and the Jamaican-born Jamaicans, right? We all heard the stories of there being division between, and a number of the local-born players felt as though the Englishman them not really with the thing. Them running at the last minute to set a bomb so them can go World Cup and get some glory. Right? Now what I'm saying is that why did they have those thoughts? Because of their perceived opinions of these individuals. Now what happens to a young Tyreek Zimenez just stepping at the national program who hear the gaffer make a comment like that? Right? It is going to have an effect on his thought process in terms of how he views these youth. It is entirely possible that it could have an effect on how his perception of these players and his willingness to welcome them and be in a united force with these players.
So you're both right.
But all of that would have been formulated hold on, Cranky. All of that would have been formulated before no Formula. Because
it's going to be confirmed for him, Coach. It would further confirm if there was any pre-existing,
But it was already there. But nobody never did a confirmation. farming and
No,
nobody don't
coach,
need no confirmation.
no, and if it wasn't there, he's going to have that idea or that thought in his
I
head.
don't think anybody needed any confirmation. It was always there. So Paul Hall said it might be reiterating the fact that it is already there. But nobody, it's not new to anybody. A young footballer then watch a program to them, watch everything, them hear what go on, them listen to the programs, them know what go on to. So this is not new to them. So they probably would have already taken up a stance already. Cranky, go ahead. Long time, yeah.
I'm not telling it. I have to get a word in. So you're both right. Both management and formally are right. And here's why they're right. So management view is that there is no, in that discussion that you've heard Paul Hall talk about commitment, it's not the first time he said it, by the way. But Whitmore also said the same thing. But Whitmore was specific to English-based players. That's why I interpret it. Paul Hall, to me, was a more generic comment and related to both. But in the Jamaican community, that is more tailored to or viewed to be an English-based situation, which is around commitment, not local Jamaicans, even though we know we have called Nicholson a window and he didn't turn up. And we know other players have been called, who are Jamaican developers have been called and haven't turned up. So I think Paul Hall's comment is more holistic about if you're not committed to the program, you can't be part of my program. No matter where you are, where you're from, your capability, I want oneness in my camp. So everyone has to be committed. But you're right, Formula. In certain circles in Jamaica, so I've heard in the media, official management, and you know this is fact, in the official media and the official community coaching fraternity, people have expressed that view. So they will run with it and say we were right in our initial perspective, even before the campaign started. Well, I think Paul Hall is thinking more broader, saying, you know what? The culture I'm creating, the program I'm creating, everyone has to be on the same page. And I will not take flimsy excuses that you have to go to the beach or you can't come, or whatever excuse you want to give me. Those not going to work anymore. And he has to lay the law down to everyone to say, here's a program going forward. He's going to operate going forward. The same commitment you would give to England, if you're part of the England setup, you have to give to me. And you players who play for overseas team, the same commitment you give to your club team, you go play in Germany, you go play in Russia, you go play in Belgium. I want the same commitment. And the only person going to make a decision about whether you come and play or not is me, because I don't select you. That's the way I view his comment, but it will not be interpreted that way. That's not how we think and operate. We think more localized, more parochial. We think the way we want to think, lack of objectivity, and we're going to operate that way. We're going to think that way. And so it's not going to land well in certain communities, but I'm not sure that's what he meant, because I've heard him say it a couple of times. But we hear Whitmore say it. We heard Blake say it before the campaign started. And so that's the narrative people are going to run with versus what he's trying to say, which is new culture, new program, on the same page. We got to operate as one. And I don't want to hear this flimsy excuse that you have to take your wife to the doctor. You got to come play. So that's my 2 cents.
And for those players who gave him flimsy excuses, he's having a conversation, a private conversation with them. Whether or not they're in the UK or elsewhere, they know themselves, you know, who the cap fit, let them wear it. So I throw my words, and the people who it's applicable to, they know who I'm speaking to. I agree with you, Cranky. I think he's trying to, you know, assert himself and lay down a new rule, a new regime. You know, I wish him luck with that.
Yeah, but Neil, I think also one last thing before I jump up. One last thing. Sorry, Lito. One last thing, which is this: when you have competition for places, you will have more flexibility as a coach to make those tough decisions. When you have in every position, you have 2 players who are very, very good, then you can say, you know what, Antonio, if you don't want to turn up, I'll see you later. I have a replacement for you. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what he said. That's what he said in his post-game interview when he was asked the question. These players out there on the field, they did it. You see, am I going to take them out? No. Essentially what he's saying, these players who were left out or did not show up, they have to come, or they have to uproot these players that are in now. So we must basically, you're not going to just get out them youth, so we're not going to just change them because they played well. So we're going to move forward with them. If them job farm, then I saw next man probably become Mucky. Leader. Call him on and he run.
Need a freeze like me.
No,
We still
but
talk.
listen, I think I've listened to coaches talk, right? You see, sometimes.
I know me I talk, Manins.
No. You know, I love Cranky's new thing, right? Because what happened is Cranky is making a serious point, and sometimes when he's making a serious point, you know, his previous comment with him laughing comes up during the serious point. So it's kind of it's funny, you know? but what I would say is this, right? Paul Hall, there are some things I think can't be said. But I think when he spoke, because when a coach comes out, and you have to look at words, he said the reason is disappointing. And you can tell by his facial reaction that he was also disappointed. I think
Manins, hold on. Then say me, yes, when we made that point there the last time, people said me turn face reader.
No, really? But that is what happened. And come on. Human cycle, right? But the truth is that he would have had conversations over time with players. I think the moment Paul Hall got the job, he started calling players to talk to them and all of that. Okay? Now, so he was the one who really put together those 16 players for the most part. So when players decide out of that they can't come, can we all understand how disappointing that is for him? Trying to get a job, permanent job. He speaks to you. You give him the assurance, wherever you're from, that you're going to be here. And now, a day or two before the game is when you back out on him. So there's a part of it he's expressing his emotions. No, if somebody wants to run inside of that and think, no, whatever decision is out there in the fan base is in the fan base. This has been going on from 1998 with Robbie Earl and Marcus Gill. From 1998. Nothing that Paul Hall says is going to change it. All the other coaches afterwards came and they tried to say, no. The same thing happened when we had Wes Morgan and all of these other guys and Joby McAnuff. So the truth is that it is there. The people who believe that it should be local players are better. No matter who speaks, that is what they're going to believe. You can't change it. So here's what you have to do. Stop entertaining them.
But you know, I agree with you 100%. But all I will say to that is that you also have to consider that as a coach, and Paul Hall is doing a better job of this than Tupper, I believe. As a coach, you also have to be mindful about what he said, because you know it's open to interpretation. Maybe not amongst the players, but I do think that formula has a point when he says, well, you know, what effect it will have on the fans. Because one of the questions that came up is that, you know, Cataract came on and said that there were only 600 people at the stadium. Now, I know that that COVID is still out there, or you know, things just free up, or the cost of the ticket, or whatever it is. You know, but I mean, I think you have to be, you know, and I know Paul Hall is sensitive about what he says. But I agree with the management that he was expressing his emotion to some extent, and he cannot be held accountable for the pre-existing, you know, issues amongst the fan and how people will interpret it. But also, as a coach, he has to be mindful not to feed that dog, because, of course, you know, if you feed the bad dog, then go and kill the good dog. You understand? But I agree with you 100% though. But I see your point though, Formula. You know, me personally, I think he's having a conversation. All of the people who gave him the flimsy excuses, when he said that, he was talking directly to them and they know themselves. So, you know, and they might not even be the people that we are all thinking that it might be, you know, so.
Yeah, you know, so yeah, well said, Neil. Well, what I
But
say,
guys, we can't in one breath be saying that the fans are very important, but in another breath be saying that the fans are not important.
We never
That
said
don't
that.
make
who
any
said that
sense to me.
formula?
Never said that.
Who said that formula?
Neo just said
No,
something
I
a
said
while ago.
no. What I said
That
is formula, but what I said though is that the fans are very important, and that the coach still has to be mindful about what he says and how it will be interpreted by the fans, because it will affect turnout, it will affect attitude, which is important. But nevertheless, the coach still has he still has a right to have a conversation with his players to express his emotions, and that there is a balance. But you cannot. I can't fault the coach for speaking, even though some fans are going to interpret it whichever way they want to, because at the end of the day, there has to be a balance. He has to have the freedom to speak. He can't just be walking around on nails and can't say anything. So the fans have to have a level of maturity as well.
So Paul Hall wasn't sending a signal to to the fans. Paul was speaking to his players.
I agree.
Players.
I agree. No, we're on the same page.
No, man. What I'm saying to you, then, formula.
Mm-hmm.
So I said what Paul Hall was saying should not have any bearing on any fan, because he wasn't speaking to the fans. He was.
Come on, Mannings, man.
No,
come on, Mannings.
Not directly, but indirectly.
Let me explain to you. Paul Hall's direct message was to the players. I will tell
Mannings, man, that's not true, Mannings, man.
Let me give you an example. Arteta came out publicly and talked about a mole. He wasn't trying to tell the fans something or considering how the fans are going to react. He wanted to call out his player and hold them accountable.
Mannings, we agree.
When the question was asked of Paul Hall did not say, let me answer this. Let me ensure that I don't create a divide with the fans. Paul Hall's first objective was to send a signal to the players, one, and to send a signal to the people who he wants to hire him, to let them know that, listen, I'm not afraid to call out anybody. Put me in this job.
Or leave out to the body.
No, Paul Hall, no, Mannings, man, you're wrong. Mannings, man. His message, Mannings, man, think about it, what you're saying. If I'm the manager and the coach, I have access to the players, I can tell them directly, I can call a Zoom call and tell them all directly, or tell the administration in front of them. His message was to the community that he serves, to make everyone know I'm the man in charge. No, listen, Mannings, listen. I'm the man in charge. To everyone out there, I want everyone to know there's a new sheriff in town. Things going to work. And I want the fans to realize that I'm the man in charge. If you want to tell the players, Arteta did it because he wants everyone to know there's a new sheriff in town, Mannings, man. I'm telling you, and I'm the one in charge. If you want to tell the players, you tell the players directly. They don't need to be broadcasted to the world. You want the world to know you're the man in charge and that things are going to be different. And the players know that the people know and everyone knows. It was the player alone, you have a forum to tell the players.
Was Arteta asked the question or he came out by himself?
Exactly. What was the question asked Cranky that he responded to?
Mannings, man. It doesn't matter, Mannings, man.
Hold on. Coach Minzy, what was Paul Hall responding to? That is very important to the conversation. Very important. What he was responding to.
Mannings, man, if you ask that question, you know what you say? I don't want to talk about who wasn't here and who was here. I want to talk about the players I have, I'm going to mold and work with. But that's how you answer the question and you move on.
But Cranky, he did say that. He said the
players. He embellished that.
He said
but he embellished that with a question around commitment.
Can I say something?
He said that. Huh?
Cranky, did you listen to the press conference?
No, I didn't hear the press conference. No, I didn't.
Cranky, if you listen to it, you'll change your mind.
No, but Mannings, hold on. I agree with you. Hold on. I agree with you from the perspective.
So like a
right?
DJ.
Yeah, because some people now hear me as I talk play.
LA, come. This is not your show.
Yeah. Anyways, let me talk. I agree with you from the perspective, Manny. I agree with you from the perspective that Paul Hall was thinking strictly about saying that, look, he was addressing the players and trying to say, look, we're trying to facilitate a certain kind of culture here within the ranks, right? And there will be consequences, right, if you don't abide by a certain culture. And yeah, we're behind. And letting them know that this is not a bluff. I am saying this publicly. I am serious, right, about enacting this particular kind of culture. Now, what I am saying, Mannix, is that I understand what Paul Hall's intent was. All I'm just asking is, was it wise to do that publicly? Like, was it the right decision to make to say that publicly, given the possible ripple effects? I'll give you another possible. Okay, and so I wasn't saying that it wasn't. I was just asking. Now, you guys say that the effects are not real, right? Or like I'm trying to make this up in my mind as to the possible ripple effects. I'll give you an example, right? Another one to the brilliant example that I alluded to earlier. Now, Paul Hall is a UK-born Jamaican.
Pool hole.
He is not like the previous gaffer, who was a Jamaican-born Jamaican, right? So it carries, to hear him say that, it carries more weight coming from him than it did the previous gaffer, because the argument, whenever the previous gaffer would have questioned commitment levels, right? The argument and the people thought that it was aimed in a certain direction. People draw for the argument of xenophobia and all sort of stuff, right? Obviously, Paul Hall would not be xenophobic. The man is a UK-born Jamaican. It carries a different weight. Now, what I'm saying is that we know that the JFF loves an excuse not to go and recruit these players and bring them into the ranks. Them would have loved a good excuse to be able to not have to go after these players, in my humble opinion. Because, many people are of the opinion, right, that allegedly, money have to make. Allegedly, in my opinion, and the perception. Right?
Let me say this.
I'm not done make my point, money. Now what I'm saying
so like cataract, what you not done?
It would make it a lot easier for them to draw for the excuse of to say, oh, these players are not committed and things. When it comes from a Paul Hall and give that as an explanation to say, look, we are not going to be really pursuing these players heavily.
Famila, let me say this. All of this was done after the players were invited, named in the squad, said that they were coming, their tickets were purchased, and then they turned back for whatever reason. It is in that context he responded about being how disappointing the reason they gave for not turning up. So I am saying, in that context, given the context and the question that was asked, he was more so sending a signal to the players that he's not going to accommodate or tolerate such behavior. No, I understand that the fan base, all levels of the fan base may not be at the same place to interpret and analyze and stuff.
And Mannings, I just want to add to your point, to strengthen it a little bit more too, which is he's also talking to the federation. You understand? Yeah. Because basically, as somebody who was, as you say, born in England, he may have a little bit more leeway to cuss them out for their quote unquote lack of commitment, because coming from somebody who was coming from the same place they came from, it might land softer or more understandably, right? A, and then B, saying this, as Manning Man says, tickets were bought, commitments were made, and then pull out. He has to let the federation know that he's not going to be soft on them, because they want to also know from their perspective, being based here in Jamaica, is he going to let them walk all over us? So what I'm saying is that I think that he had to, it fell on so many different places, but go ahead, management. I think that is something to consider.
Exactly. So let me add to that. So I think he's saying that because he wants to make sure that when nation leagues come, and he says, listen, there are these 10 players from the UK, the federation can know that because of what he said earlier, there's no way he's going to know after this, like, go and get players that are not quote unquote fully committed. He's trying to create leverage and trust with the federation, and also talking to those players who he had previous conversations with. Now, what I can say is that the fan base, because of how divided the fan base is, if he never said anything, here's what would happen. Family, I guarantee you that the people out here would say, me they tell a long time that when we can't go through, whole heap of them money and now come nowhere. That was a conversation that was being had way before press conference. From the last window, there were bets going on radio and other places that none of them are playing now come back because we can't go through again. Wait and see. So whether Paul Hall answered the question and said something or not, the debate would still be going on, especially after the rename. Listen, before he made the press conference,
it would be Mannings, it would be going on,
But Mannings, man,
it is sort of like a confirmation to certain people. When it comes from Paul Hall, it is going to carry more weight. Basically, you cannot compare baseless speculation to the gaffer literally sit down in the press conference and questioning the commitment of players. Now, we don't know if it was aimed at, whether it was the likes of an Antonio or it was the likes of a Boza. That was left up in the air, right? But the fact is, the gaffer questioned the commitment of Reggae Boyz.
So you know who I question, Formula?
Certain Reggae Boyz.
Manis, but you know why I question? I question Paul Hall. Why are you calling them in the first place? So you're trying to build a wait. You're trying to build a program for Nations League, for Gold Cup coming up, for future World Cup. You have a chance to play 3 games, competitive games. You need to bring in some new blood to see what they are, and you bring back the same old players who failed. Like, why aren't you looking for some new people to bring into the program and try to get those? And you can bring some of the older players back in, but you can see some of the younger players, which is what you're doing. I challenge Paul Hall as to why you're making some of those decisions. What are you going to see from Antonio you haven't seen before? What are you going to see from Antonio you haven't seen before?
Honestly,
Let me tell you what go on, Cranky. Let me tell you what go on. I think an opportunity will present itself where the reverse might be said, where the local player is concerned, for Paul Hall's sake.
But local players have been saying that. Did Nicholas saying so in the previous window that he's not coming because people say because he's transferring and doing all what? Most players, if it's World Cup qualifiers and you're still in the mix, no matter what their transfer situation is, to go play for their country. So it's a window. Didn't he say that the last time? But everyone gave him an excuse because he's a locally developed player. Everyone was satisfied with his excuse because he's a locally developed player.
Who was that?
Man, yes. Proves the ticket were bought.
Giovanni asked. People beat Boza. Whole heap of people beat Boza.
I know tickets
Giovanni
were
asked. Yeah, man, they beat Boza. Giovanni asked a proof tickets were bought.
Oh, I can send Giovanni a message of 2 that I bought.
No,
I can send him proof.
But what I want to say, though, I think Mannings is totally. I don't think Mannings gets where where I'm coming from, you know, Mannings, my friend.
You're coming from bed.
No, I'm actually coming from the dinner table.
But Formula, what would satisfy you? You want us to condemn the coach for what he said?
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that. But I think Mannings is thinking that I am saying that the gaffer was wrong. Truth be told, I don't know whether the gaffer was wrong or right to make the comments. Like me personally, not make up my mind on it. But what I just wanted to get answers from the panelists.
Yeah, but I gave you the answer. You don't agree with our answers.
Yeah, but you are attacking me as if you think that I am saying the gaffer was wrong to make the comments.
No, he's attacking you because he knows you're always playing both sides.
Don't mistake nuance. I'm a very intelligent individual, you know, right? And I am
no one is questioning your intellect, Formula. No one's questioning your intellect. You say you're on the fence. You should get off the fence. Get off the fence. Jump off the fence, Formula. Jump off the fence.
I'm not on any fence.
You're on the panel.
Hold on, analyze very nuanced situation.
Hold on, Formula. You're on the panel.
Multiple angles.
Formula, you're on the panel. We are five of us are on it, and you are going to say, I am a very intelligent person. What are you insinuating?
No, I'm not insinuating anything.
Can I pull off a Richard now, Coach? Can I pull off a Richard? So let me ask you, Coach Minzy. Coach, you're a coach, and you have people who you coach. No, I have been coached too. I mean, all of us probably have. Don't you, from time to time, say things that your players hear? It might fall differently on different ears, but you say things for your players, because you do both track and football, and you may say a certain thing, and it's an inside conversation between you and your athletes, and outsiders might hear it and not get the full import of what you're trying to say. But you say these things because you're also you're aware that as a coach, what you say has a psychological impact on your athletes. Right? Because to me, I get what Formula is saying. But sometimes coaches, sometimes coaches will say these things even at the risk of not being liked at the moment. Even at the risk of appearing divisive at the moment. Sometimes coaches say these things because of because they're soliciting a certain response from players. And for all what we know is that Paul Hall has to be able to balance the aspirations of the local players against the aspiration of the players who are in the UK who may feel a little bit entitled because they are in a quote unquote better league or something like that. He might have to run the risk of fans misinterpreting. I mean, yes, you have to consider everything, but sometimes you have, as a coach, you have to say these things because your primary goal as a coach is the management of your athletes and management of your team. You know, much time my coach said things to me amongst other people, and it's only me and the coach know what I'm talking about. You understand? And I can tell you, Stephen Francis was a master at this because people hate Stephen Francis, but they also love him. You understand? And if you follow Stephen Francis, the man say a lot of controversial things.
Yeah.
You understand?
Nia, I think Paul was talking about six set of people he was talking to. He was talking to himself because he's vexed.
Yes.
He was talking to the JFF.
What?
He was talking to the players in general. He was talking to the media. He was talking to the fans, and he's talking to local versus overseas players.
Here you go.
Six set of different people.
All right, but
all of them hear the message.
Nia, to answer the question, in that regard, sometimes the coach says some things that they want to get across to the players. Because of where it was said, other parties might hear and have their own dialogue on what he said. And quite frankly, I believe that the players would have gotten the message. But the conversation might go in a different realm because it was said in a public sphere.
I know who got the
But
message.
I do believe
Bailey
that
got the message, which is why he talked about egos.
right and Hotheads.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying, I think mainly he wanted the message to go to the players because of where it was said. Persons made a discussion out of it, and it basically would have, insight, ideas, and theories, and what was he really saying. But at the end of the day, he knows what he said. The players understood him very well.
Yeah, but coach, you guys are missing my point, coach. Coach, you're missing my point. So let's think about it this way. When he talked to the general public in the media,
I'm not missing a point, Cranky. I'm answering.
No, but here's a rationale for my points, which is this. When I talk to the public in the media, the next time I don't call you, then everyone realizes why I don't call you. So he's already setting it up where when you're going to complain you didn't call this player, he already told you that there are certain criteria in which he's going to select his team, who's going to be playing, and if you don't meet it, then it may be a thing that's adverse to you going forward in terms of your selection. So he's setting the stage so everyone is aware, everyone knows what I'm talking about. There is no misconception in my perspective on things, and I will not tolerate certain things going forward. And no matter what your capabilities are, what your skill sets are, you are subject to the same criteria as everyone else. So media, you have been put on hold. So when you come write about who didn't get selected, I already told you why I'm concerned about selecting certain players and maybe what the reason why I haven't selected them. If you're the JFF, it's the same thing. I'm appeasing you because you have always expressed this perspective. If you're the players, you're out in public, I'm really embarrassing you, those who haven't showed up. So the fans are aware, they won't blame me next time, they'll hold you accountable. So he's talking to all these audiences, and every one of those audiences are influential in some respects as related to the program. He's making everyone aware. There's no ambiguity in my message. I am clear.
Agreed.
So we'll see what happens going forward if it works.
Yeah, definitely. That's what we have to wait and see. That is where we're at.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? What about the upcoming game in Canada, right? People are saying how cool it is going to be. I don't know if Manimans have any birds that will tell him about what sort of kit, like are they gonna wear those long sleeve shirts? Are they gonna be wearing gloves?
Neon. It's supposed to be 30-something degrees. That's not cold, Neon. You and I know 30-something degrees ain't no cold. Well, when Honduras play the US, them can't go Minnesota, them have frostbite. It's below zero. That's cold. 30-something degrees. You can't play 30-something degrees.
Let me say the starting 11. The starting 11 is Low, who plays in the States, who is used to those conditions. Mariappa, used to those conditions.
True.
Greg Lee, used to those conditions. Javian Brown, used to those conditions. Andre Blake, used to those conditions. Ravel Morris, used to those conditions. Speedy, used to those conditions. Andre Gray, used to those conditions. So if Alex Marshall plays, he's used to those conditions. It's not like, I think the football has changed. I mean, will it be a difficult? I think probably it will be better for Ravel and probably Greg Lee, but it will have its impact. It will have its impact, but it can have an impact. But I think the football has changed so much now that most players in our team have been exposed to these kind of condition. No, his home base is in Miami, but he plays all over the United States.
So it won't be something that will be said to be an excuse as to the performance then, right?
I don't think it should be. I think if you're playing in Minnesota below zero, that's a different story.
Okay.
Because England ain't that cold. I know people think England is cold. England not that cold. England not below zero temperature. That's be very rare.
Canada is cold.
No, but I'm saying if you're playing in Canada below, my understanding when I spoke to Devin was supposed to be 30-something degrees at game time versus below zero. Below zero is a whole different discussion.
Different ball game, yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I heard so if Honduras play when they play US, we're getting frostbite, can't feel their fingers and their toes. That's a whole different. You just want to get off the field. You don't really care about football.
I remember that game when when the guys went out there playing and they had on the gloves and the stuff under their kits to keep them warm.
Yeah.
So that's
Listen, Jamaica played Mexico in high altitude, not going there long enough to be acclimatized, and they did well for the most part. So I don't know how adverse conditions are in games nowadays at the professional level, because so many people, and this is the advantage of having people playing overseas more than locally, because local players are not exposed to, there's only one condition, sun.
And do you think that Paul Hall and his team would be looking at video still and trying to come up with a specific type of strategy for the Canadian game? I mean, Canada apparently is coming at us because they need to win. Well, not that they need to win.
Don't need to win.
Not that they need to win, but the stadium is sold out, and with them having lost their previous game,
Canada, they have already set up. They don't plan on losing the game for sure, because there's big stage and there's going to be a concert after the game celebrating their qualification. All right. All that is set up already.
So will the concert go on even if them lose?
Well,
but you have already qualified.
Are we contributing to their celebration? Are we're part of the celebration.
Well, what I'm saying to you is that Jamaica not coming back from Canada with a win, no matter what, because concert must go on. Yeah, the concert is going to go on.
You think the ref
know? First got I promote that now.
You think the ref know?
The president of FIFA, President of CONCACAF is from Canada. They are qualifying on Sunday. All right, so draw or win for Canada. The concert is going on.
But haven't they qualified already?
No, they're on 25. So, I mean, if they lose the next two games, they just need 1 point to qualify automatically.
Okay.
Right,
okay.
Because if they lose the next two games, they probably can end up in fourth. All right, so Paul Hall should just use this as an opportunity to allow the players like he did to express themselves and don't be embarrassed. That's it. But I mean, if we get 3 or 2,
and is Bailey going to be available?
No, Bailey is not going to be available, but Ravel is. Ravel is there.
I think Bailey inferred from the last game that he can't play 3 successive games, given that he has only played 90 minutes one time this season, and that's when he played the last game.
Yeah.
So I think he inferred that he can't play 3 games consecutively, given the short time period between games.
Okay. All right.
So he's probably going to play the last game, but I don't think he's going to play this game.
We're up on the 4.5 hour. The time our conversation so nice. We not even know so we're going so far, but yeah, big up to our sponsor, the Richest Roots boss. Richest a true Jamaican experience. We'll be letting you hear the advert when we close out the show. But I'm just gonna ask everybody just to give a final thought, 30 seconds, so we can just close out the show. Starting with Cranky.
So my view is that the coach should try to experiment as much as possible, because we have something to gain from doing so. We don't have anything to lose. Doesn't mean that he should play just new players, because we don't want to be embarrassed. But at the same time, he has to give other players an opportunity to play at this level on this stage that they have, World Cup qualifier. Well, not World Cup qualifier for us, but friendly game for us. But at least it's a competitive game, because the other teams we're playing do want to win. He has to make sure, give players a chance, and let's see what they can do. But we look forward to a good game against Canada and hope we do well. I'm not really focused on whether we win or lose. It's more of how are we competing. I think that's important. And how are the new players who come into the program who get a chance, how well do they compete?
Formula.
I mean, I hope that we can replicate our positive performance against El Salvador at BMO Field. It's going to be a very difficult game. Canada does not play around, especially when they're at home, right? I mean, if we thought we were pressed in the El Salvador game, we might find a new definition for pressing, you know, when the Canadian game is all said and done. But I just hope that, I think if Paul Hall can get this team to really replicate a similar sort of a performance against Canada, especially without a Leon Bailey, I think he will eradicate all doubts as to whether he's the man to take this team forward. You know, but it's going to be a tough game for sure. But, you know, hopefully we can hold our own and we can go there and we can, you know, give up a good performance and, you know, even try and come away with a result. I'm rooting for the boys, you know.
Well, whichever case to take it, Formula, we're coming back with a result. Go ahead, Manits.
Yeah, my thing is, listen, come the Honduras game, I will be like, I think 23 games in World Cup qualifier, and I've only seen one win. I'm asking them, please, save something for the Honduras game, because I need to see a win. It has been going on for too long. I need to see a win. We can't just watch the woman them win and now watch the man them. We need a win, right? So for Sunday's game, listen, I mean, all the best to the players. Hope a couple of the young players. I think Paula, this would be a good game for him to utilize his 5 changes because of the conditions, so that we can, you know, probably open up the stadium bleachers and tell the kids to pay $500 and go in and watch the Reggae Boyz for the game and just do a little sell, you know, just clap them and all of that for the Honduras game. So rest some of the players, and then but all the best to the team. You know, we'll be watching the game.
All right, Neo.
Yeah, coach. You know, these guys have said it all, but I'll just repeat. You know, I agree with Cranky. It's definitely the time for experimenting and, you know, seeing what works. It's an opportunity for the players to grow, but it's also an opportunity for the coach to grow. This is him getting some experience. His coach's legs are underneath him. You know, I hope to see him continue to have this positive strategy of the players feeling more comfortable playing out of the back, you know, building them confidence. Even though I'm not expecting a victory tomorrow, I'm expecting, you know, to see that you know, that strategy, that pattern of play, that transition, that sort of stuff continue. Because that's how I know that the coach is making an impact and communicating with his players. You know, the truth of the matter is that if Canada have them celebration tomorrow, I can celebrate with them knowing that they have several Jamaicans on their team. So Canada may win and celebrate, but it will be because of Jamaicans too.
Me looking for silver linings, Lord.
No, but by the way, to Neil's point, you know, I don't remember. To Neil's point, you know, I don't remember who I heard saying that the Canadians are actually, like, because of especially the amount of Canadians that have Jamaican connections within their camp, they were actually rooting for us and very disappointed that it didn't work out for us. Oh, you said it, coach. Oh, you were talking to somebody in a year.
Yeah, man. So I got some information. The Canadians were very disappointed because they were supporting us.
Why they never complain with Jamaica?
I was gonna say the same thing, man. If you that no get disappointed.
You know, look at the parish that it open. All right, gentlemen, thanks very much for chiming in and tuning in. Big up to Cranky Mannings. And please remember, if you're over here and you have not subscribed to He Sure Sport, you need to do so. Subscribe to Neo's Laws and Insight. Subscribe to Formula Sport. Subscribe to Cranky's Brick Wall.
Prison.
But wait. Coach, let me say this, Coach. For those of you who don't know, this is called exposed brick, which is something that's very valued in this region. No, some people get jail because they don't have appreciation for certain things. It's exposed brick. It's not a prison.
Why is Cranky using a platform for exposure? I think this is what you want to move to Europe.
You're on this platform for exposure also, or more exposure, I should say.
All right, gentlemen, big up on yourself. As usual, it was a good discussion, and we like big up to Cataract who was on.
Yes.
Who else was on? Michael was on. The leader does show up and does disappear.
Ghost leader, man.
People saying that him 3% battery life.
No.
And or in data finish.
Anti-Babs come fever. It's not your show.
Richard was on also. Richard was on.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Richard was on. Big up to the Tiddlywinks boss, the Reason boss. All right, so and the long question boss. Anyway. Yeah, man. So tomorrow night we'll be looking at the preview to the Canada game. That should be a good and interesting talk as well. I might have a surprise guest or two because there's some things that are happening, especially with it.
Hey, man, it's bad. It look like Coach Guest is not committed enough because he must say may have committed that task.
No, hey, it happened already. You see one thing, Cranky, I don't like to advertise because especially when I don't get a concretized answer.
Okay.
I don't.
The man say Coach Binzi.
Not committed.
Yeah.
They're not committed. They're not cranky, say.
Right. So me not gonna call the name or me not gonna advertise it. And put
So all I'm saying that him and me agree to cranky. I see him say it go.
Run with it.
It's gonna make it look like all of my guests them are committed. So me have to protect the guests them. You see what I say? All right. So tomorrow night we hope for another good talk on the Weekend TripleTreat. Just remember to subscribe if you are new to the show. Thanks for subscribing if you did so today. And continue to like up the stream and do all that you need to do to get the word out there about coaching. Until next time, you'll be hearing from our sponsors.
Rich's Roots Drink works for menstrual cramps and pain, migraines, fatigue, stress and tiredness, sinusitis, builds immune defense, bloating, enhances male bedroom prowess, and Rich's Sorrel Roots Drink works against all types of cancers and tumors, memory loss, high cholesterol, insomnia, nervous issues, flu, and many other illnesses. For your Rich's Roots Drink and Rich's Sorrel Roots Drink, contact us now via WhatsApp at 876-528-9534. Rich's Roots Drink and Rich's Sorrel Roots Drink. Rich's, a true Jamaican experience.
Your style and your flavor make the city rock. They must say the season come out with a bang. Coach Minzy, best round here. Remember that.